Michelle will do it.
She's one.
Have one of those.
Gotta read this. It's more like. You could make it an easy 5 minutes for you.
No. I think it's first time, so.
Hey, ready, Bill? Okay, it is 11:30. We'll start our joint consolidated Board of Equalization meeting. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Again, I'd like to welcome you all to our consolidated Board of Equalizations. And Patty, would you please call the roll?
Wanda. Here. Dan.
Here.
John.
Here.
Ryan.
Here.
Don.
Here.
Mike.
Here.
Dave.
Here.
Brian.
Here.
And Jacqueline. Here.
Are there any financial conflicts of interest of any of the board members?
I have none.
I have none.
I have none.
I have none.
I would at this time ask for the approval of the agenda.
I would move approval of the agenda.
Second.
I have a motion by Wanda, second by Ryan to approve the agenda. Now's the time for public comment. Public comment is Mr. Chair. Sorry. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Now the time for public comment. Public comment is a time for persons to address this body on any subject. No action may be taken on a matter raised under this item of the agenda until the matter itself has been specifically included on an agenda as an item upon which action will be taken. Each person has up to 3 minutes to speak. There shall be no personal attacks against the members of this body, county staff, individual, or organizations. The chair has the authority to enforce this policy. Failure to adhere to these rules may result in forfeiture of the remaining speaking time. Anyone wish to speak in public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Michelle.
Good morning, still. First of all, I'd like to introduce my staff. I'm Michelle Gokin, Director of Equalization Office, Director. Charles Richardson is our deputy. Andrea Wright is an appraiser, and Jacob Miller is an appraiser as well. Just a couple presentation information stuff. Why'd my assessment on my house increase? State law requires us to be at fair market value, what the property could have sold for. When the market goes up, your assessed value must go up if the sales of similar properties show that the assessed values were too low. We have to be in accordance of state law. So that's the reason that values increase. This year we did have some values that actually went down due to market as well. So values don't always go up. We follow the market. Per South Dakota Codified Law 10-6104, we have to have a fair market value, and it defines what fair market value and full and true value are. kind of skim over some of that, meaning the price of money that the property will bring in a competitive and open market under all conditions requisite to a fair sale between a willing buyer and a willing seller, each acting prudently and with full knowledge of the relevant facts and assuming the price is not affected by any undue stimulus. So our office does track and get all the transfers, all the, whether there's money or no money, involved, and then the state requires us to either reject them or they can be used as a good sale within our market to study the assessed values and where we're at for the sales. And I have a little slideshow or a little video.
So there's a lot of misunderstanding about the role of assessors and how they affect the property tax that homeowners pay. When someone hears the term assessor, they seem to think of a scary figure reaching for their wallet. Not so. Assessors don't set tax rates. Assessors don't chase tax dollars. An assessor is interested in fairly determining property values, and they take great pride in it. Property tax is determined by a simple formula. Assessors only affect one of these variables, the value. And they do so with incredible accuracy. Assessors aren't tax collectors or even tax setters. They're just fellow taxpayers, and their primary goal is to make everything fair and equitable. Imagine that you're in a restaurant with two friends. One orders a hot dog, one orders a plate of caviar, and you order a steak. The waiter comes to the table with a total bill of $100, but he doesn't know how much each of you should pay. If everyone paid the same amount, the guy who ordered the caviar might be happy. But what about the guy who ordered the hot dog? Enter assessors. The food is your property. Just like these meals, some people's property is worth more than others. And it's the assessor's job to determine how much each property is worth. That's it. So in the same way the value of these menu items would need to be determined, an assessor places value on properties to ensure fairness and equity. After the assessor determines the value of each property, local governing bodies will set their budgets for the coming year. They set the tax rate in order to produce the dollars needed for their budgets. The value of a property does not affect the amount of property tax needed. The sum total of all those budgets is a set number that has to be divided up among all the property owners. So even if everyone's value was cut in half by the assessors, the tax rate will be raised in order to generate the same amount of tax revenue. The assessors don't determine the taxes you pay. They just determine the values of properties to keep everything as fair and equitable as possible. When you notice a change in a property's assessed value, that change is the result of a never-ending quest for fairness and accuracy. Assessors are graded on their performance, so there is a detailed system to get accurate valuations. First, the assessor looks at similar properties that have sold, their sale prices, and the terms and conditions of each sale. That's the reason your home won't just be compared to the place next door. Studying things like square footage, age, and location helps assessors determine how comparable another property is to yours. Even seemingly small details, like an extra bathroom or finished basement, can result in significant differences in value in two otherwise identical homes. Assessors maintain a thorough database of real estate information to make this process as precise as possible. Changes in value are typically the result of local real estate market sales or major changes to a property. Remodel a kitchen or finish your basement, and your property's value could increase. When you see your home's assessed value, you can rest assured that the number has not been drawn out of a hat, nor generated with anything but equity and accuracy in mind. Long story short, assessors are here to help, not trying to hinder. Their focus is accurate values, not tax collection. The only things an assessor chases are fairness and equity, and they take great pride in it.
Any questions on that? Let's see, a tax bill, it's a different document that your property owners get in January. Tax bill is driven by the budgets, adopted by the county, the city, and the school district. The changes in the real estate market have no effect on the revenue that the county, the city, or the school needs. So today, if you change any values or if values get changed after the assessments are put out, it is a shift in who's paying the property tax. So if you lower, let's say one person's, John Doe's property taxes or assessment, it's shifting that burden to others because the market or the budget is already set. You still need to get those tax dollars. Property values go up, levies go down. That's the simple calculation. And that's how the formula of the levy is actually how it is created. So your total component today, we're just dealing with the middle one of your total property value. Any questions? And today, I believe we'll do 4 minutes for the appellant, 4 minutes for our office, and 2 minutes for questions and or rebuttal.
Sounds like a plan to me.
See our letter. Thank you.
Received our letter that we feel like that our assessment on our house on 1800 Panina is way overpriced. So we decided to move out of it and get a twin home so that we have no steps. So with the realtors all set, you were asking too much. So we have, we're down to 250,000 is what we're asking. So I feel like you have there's just nobody would even look at it. Nobody even came in to look because of the assessment. I don't know what else to say, except I feel like if you looked at anybody, I went back to 2020 to our neighborhood. Nobody in our neighborhood pays near what we do. And so, I mean, and our house is not the newest or the nicest. So I don't know what the reason was that ours was more. I don't know if anybody can give me a reason.
So you're asking.
You're asking that it be lowered and then you have it on the market currently and you're asking 250,000.
That's correct. We have it
And-
on the market for 250.
And you haven't sold it yet?
We have not sold it.
Okay.
We're just asking for the assessment to be lowered. That could probably help us sell it.
Melena, how long has the house been on the market?
It was on the market from May until October with a realtor. And all the realtors that looked said the assessment's too high. So it's been off the market with a realtor, but we have. So then in February of this year, we have renters in there with the option to buy. If the banks right now, well, they haven't gotten a loan yet, but if they can't.
So it's been on the market for an extended period, but it's not the assessment that was too high, it was the or the realtors suggested selling price has been too high, has had to come down, not more so than the assessment.
Well, we went by the assessment in order to ask what to add for the price, for the selling.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Wayne and Melina Didi, 1800 Panina. Just to real quick about their listing. They started April 26th at 410,000, went to May 13th, changed the price to 379.9. July 1st went to 359.9. Then July 29th went to 339.9. August 18th, 334.9. Then, as she said, November 1, they removed it from the market. This house is currently assessed as a one-story home, but if you look at the picture, it's pretty clear that that's a split level. This was identified last summer, and we are correcting it as we come across it. The last time we were in this house was in 2024, so it was not addressed at that time. But I was there with another assessor, so I somewhat remember it. At any rate, you got your year built 1977 effective year. They've done some updates to windows and siding. It's now 1981. Structure value at 342 and dollars per square foot, of which they have 1,896. You'll notice that this is much higher than many of the other homes you'll see in that neighborhood. But dollars per square foot, $180.38. So this first set are all one-story homes within the neighborhood, 7806 that they live in. And yeah, you'll see the prices don't really lie. This one-story home, 1,040 square feet, sold for $234,000, give or take, last June, and dollars per square foot, $225.29. Here's another one at 908 Dakota Street, 702 square foot, built in 1984, sold for $185.2 in July last year. That's $263.82 per square foot. Come to I think my final one story, built in 1978, 1,304 square feet, sold for $243,700. And that was in December of 2024. But if you recall, our assessment year runs from November 1st to the following Halloween. So that's within our assessment year. Anyway, $186.89 per square foot. So at the top, you've got the subject, $180 a square foot. There's the 3 sales, 225, 263, 186. This neighborhood is split up into 2 portions of the city. This is on the west side, the Belmont comparables, and then Penina on the far east side of town. But I'm not done. Oops. There we go. Here are our split level comparables. As you can see, all the price per square foot on those are above that $180 mark. We've got a list of 10 there, 80% of which are above the appellant's assessed value per square foot. And number 2, 3, and 4, that's 1,500 Jacqueline, 1,000 East 17th, 812 East 18th, all sold above the appellant's assessed value. I'm done.
Mr. Chair, can we ask a couple questions? Could you go back up a slide to the sale dates? And most of those, I think, were in 2024 and 2025. In your opinion, we saw a big increase in prices, and I think that's coming down maybe a little bit.
Mhm.
And I guess is your opinion maybe that we've reached the top and now prices are starting to stabilize?
That's what we're seeing in the market largely, is that
Yeah.
the slight contraction. I don't know if it's completely over. I just read the stats that come out.
Yeah.
But yeah, and we have made adjustments in neighborhoods across the city and the county to try to compensate for those kind of contraction in prices.
Yeah, and that's difficult for you guys as an assessor, is you're constantly chasing the market. When it was going up, we were chasing it, and now it's coming down, and we got to chase it. And I wonder if these guys aren't in a position where, they probably picked a bad time to sell it. And, split levels, I know, are definitely more difficult to sell because elderly people don't like all the steps, right? And I guess what I'm seeing is, maybe 2024, 25, those were going up, and now we're in 2026 and the market's coming down, and that's just something we could consider, but
Well,
appreciate all this information that you're having, that's really helpful for us.
and to your point about timing, when they initially listed it, I know last summer we had 15 months supply of inventory of all homes across the market, which was worrying a lot of economists. And, they were saying that this is a big time real estate bubble. Jumped to the last quarter of last year and they had 3 months supply of inventory. So that had all sold. But it was an inopportune time for them to list because you just, you had so many options.
Thank you.
As you look at the comparables, all of them are essentially appear to be one-story homes, with easy walk up to the front door, easy to drive in for the driveway. Where this particular home, the way it's set, it's a lot of stairs, and for the reason they're selling, and aging, and as Dan Clem mentioned, just kind of a situation where that's not a sought after style at this point.
Yes, and that's why I included the splits, because I didn't feel that the one-story sales, although we have it as a one-story in our system, didn't really,
Mhm.
Explain what was going on with this house.
So if you go back to that screen again that we just looked at, all 10 of those houses are listed, sale price listed at 250 to 300,000. A couple of them are over that amount. The assessed values are all still in that 225 to 275 price tag. So what makes this one at that 360 compared to these 10?
The total assessed value,
Yes, for the DD's home.
you're saying if you wanted to put this on this list and make it match the rest, yeah, it would probably be in that 360 range.
Because of the square footage, or
Yeah, and updates and yeah. The square footage is where I had the most issue with this place, because as you can see, the one up top, I think, is the largest comparable I have. It's 1,736 square feet on 507 James Place. And that one was probably just changed to a mobile home, or sorry, not a mobile, a split level last year, maybe. I can't remember. Anyway, it's also much older, but these are split levels from all the neighborhoods, because like I said, our data is lacking on those. But I do want to point out that the DDs mentioned to me the first time they wanted to appeal that they had a problem with the taxes that they were paying. And she mentioned it there that they're paying way more than anybody else in that neighborhood. And that is because that home is no longer owner occupied. They lost that 30% reduction on their school levy. So that is why their taxes jumped almost 17%, 16.95% last year. So yes, that is a good reason to try to offload it quick.
And the tax freeze, that's only available on your owner occupied property too, correct?
Correct, yeah. They moved to a twin home and can't get it on two properties.
When you value properties, do you take into consideration the rent that's being paid?
No, not usually. If it is a commercial property, like if you have a bunch of rentals, we could look at it like that, but most people aren't so willing to give over their rent information. I've established kind of a market rent next to you and several other people, but no, that's not, it's usually just based on cost and what the market's doing. Thank you.
board discussion?
Do we want to take action on this, or how do we usually do that? Take action, or do we go through them all and then go back through and do action? Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I recall, so.
Okay,
Yeah, I guess it's sympathetic, and it seems like this split level is not selling, and I don't know. Guess we'll have to discuss it later on.
okay, next up is Charles Holen. Welcome.
Well, I ain't got a whole lot to say on it, except, I feel we've been overcharged, value-wise for the last 15 years. That's a lot of damn extra taxes and I don't like it. Was a reevaluation done recently? And she said, tell me it went down quite a substantial amount. Now I just want to make sure that is holding up at that lower value. That's about all I gotta say on it. Yep.
Thank you,
Okay.
sir.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure Michelle will notify you when we're all done.
So the valuation went down
Yep, I'm getting to that.
and he's
So,
appealing the
Well,
fact that
he-
it went down?
well, he appealed. Yes. So he turned in his appeal form and I called him because we hadn't been in it for several years. I think 2018 is probably the last time we were there, so about 8 years. And so his home is on Crawl, and so that's when I get to my comps, that's kind of what I tried to find, was other ones that had no basements. But when I went to his house, I found that low front porch was a little bit too large. We had it at 96 square feet and at 72. I also made a few adjustments inside the home for the flooring. And then on the outside, he had some structural damage to the walls that's been patched and fixed over the years. So I did make an adjustment for obsolescence, about 5% for that. So then that lowered the value for the home from 117,500 to 110,400. He has a garage on there. I didn't make any adjustments to that. So that part stays the same. And then the land. So the land value was the 11,400 when we started out. And then the structure value is 132,100 with the adjustments. On the other side, the structure value goes to 125. So that's what I'm recommending, is that value of the total is 136,400. And so the prior square footage was 8743. The new square footage is 8214. Then when it's going through, let's see if I can get to the right one. There we go. For comparables, I found another I tried to find like I said, older homes, no basements. This one happens to be on slab, is built in 1905. Price per square foot is $210.15 for the sale price at 125,000, and that was in July of 25. Comparable 2 is on Douglas, again an older house, sold for 142,900 in October of 25. Price per square foot on that one is 188.79. My eyes are bad. Comparable 3 is on Mulberry, again an older house. That one's on Crawl, sold for 99,900 in February of 26. For 89.44 a square foot. Comparable number 4 is on Mulberry, across the street from the last one. That one actually sold twice, once in 24, again in 26. Sold for 125 and then 149 with a square price per square foot of 113 and then 137. So there's the summary with his at what we have it currently without the adjustments made, price per square foot of 87.43. Sale one was 210, sale two 188, sale three 89, and sale four was 113, and then jumped to 137 with a second sale.
You go really quick, go back to the first one, what was the values you wanted to, that you recommended?
To this, oh, you bet. The land stays the same. The structure value of the home goes to 125, which is, you see, I have this written down. 110, 400 for the house, and then the garage, I believe is, I thought I had that somewhere in there, 14.6, I think. Yeah. So the garage stays the same
Thanks.
on either one. Yep.
And
Any other questions?
no, question for Charles. So you're okay with the value? You just want to make sure it stays low? Is that what I understood? So you're, well, I mean, yeah, so I think, yeah, she really actually did help you out and you're fine with that. It's just, yeah, okay, all right. Well, that's easy then. So,
That's an easy one.
yeah.
All right. Thank
Okay.
you so much.
Kurt and Julie Needham.
Yeah, my land value just gone crazy. Property taxes crazy high. I'm surrounded by ag land, a semi-transportation building, concrete plant next door, Great Plains processing plant that smells like crazy bad. I can't even open my windows up during the summer. They've said that there's no smell ordinance, so the lawyer said Yankton. I've talked to the city quite a few times about that. The house next to me is a two-story house with a basement and attached two-car garage, and it's like $117,000. I'm in the floodplain. I have no finished basement. I haven't done anything to the house and since you guys looked at it last. It's just it's $3,700 for property taxes is quite a bit where I live, and that's $300 a month. And I'm retired, and it's just getting out of hand. So that's why I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. So yeah, we have Needham's property here on Whiting Drive. We have a land assessed at 24.4. The structure value includes the house, a detached garage, and a new outbuilding. We have that at 219. Brings everything to 243,400. When you break it down, just the dwelling, we have that at $137.45 per square foot. This house was built in 1960, one story. And we looked to find some comparables that were similar in nature to that. First, we have another one over on Whiting. This one's sold in July of 25 for $195,000. It's a one-story built in 1965. It's 1,164 square feet, and that's comes to $156.70 per square foot in the sale. Next one's over also on Whiting. This one's built in 1950. Sold for $176,000 in January of this year. When you take the square feet into consideration, that one sold at $267 per square foot. Third comparable, over on Picote Street, built in 1961, one story as well. Sold for $230,000 December of 24. Per square feet, that was $242 per square foot. Last comparable we have, built in 1953, another one story. Sale price of $288,000. That was in March of 25. Price per square foot, $190. Here's a summary. Got the subject's property in the top right corner. He's assessed at $137 per square foot. We have 156, 267, 242, and 190. Yep.
Your second comparable that you had up there,
Yes, sir.
hasn't that one been like knocked down? At least the house for a development, I thought. Anybody? Yeah,
The date of the sale, it was all
Okay.
there, so it's sold
Yeah.
as is of
Yeah.
that picture.
and I'm,
It was
I realized the sale, but I'm thinking that was the sale price might have been higher because whoever did that had the intention of knocking it down for the development that's going next there, and that could have affected the price of that one, so.
Sales are verified, so they would have answered the verification letter, saying if there was any pressure or anything like that.
Thank you.
questions.
The outbuildings or extra structures, they're not assessed at any value.
No, they are, yes. So on that note. Second here. So we currently have the structures assessed at 219,000. The appellant has requested those get dropped down to 175. Back in 2024, we had his structures assessed at 178,000. That's pretty comparable there. Since that time, the homeowner has put up a 40 by 60 shop on the premises, which has caused an increase in the total structure value.
The subject property.
Correct, yes.
What was it valued at before the new shed was built?
That, so the shed, the building permit was in 2024. So in 2024, we had that at 178,300 for all the structures on the property.
And so when it was built, I mean, that's gone up. What is it?
It's
40.
19 minus 178.
I mean,
Yeah, 41, 40,
yeah.
40,700.
So it seems like it has gone up pretty.
Big pardon?
Yeah,
Mhm.
okay.
Yes, the building permit that was taken out in 24 for the shop was assessed at $150,000 in the blueprints or building permits request by the appellant.
It just, yeah, it seems like it's a pretty good jump after the new shed was built.
Correct.
2,400 square foot.
Oh. Yeah. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Rankin RV Park, you're next. Matt, you're next.
This one's for the mall, is that right? Okay. So, just a few statistics here. I don't remember the exact date that Walmart was built. I know values are kind of dependent on sometimes the date and stuff. So Walmart was built, I believe, in the 90s. I couldn't find a specific date just because they were here before and then they rebuilt. Their 2026 assessment was 9.8 million and they have 23 acres. I have 21 acres with a building that was built in 1969. Menards was built in 2012. Their assessment was for 2026 was 9.6 million and they have 24 acres. Walmart's building is approximately 214,000 square feet. Mine is 260,000 square feet. The remodel that we did was of the front 100,000 square feet. Menards is 202,000 of, new finished square feet. Let's see here. I talked to one of the representatives and he said appraisals can be based on income of the property, value of like 3 different things basically. The mall with being finished in the front is that like all the people in the back are not even paying their pro rata share of insurance, property taxes, and maintenance of the building. Their rent is so low. As far as income goes, Walmart gross income, let alone net income, or Menards gross income versus net income compared to the mall is substantially more, like millions more. The mall with the rents that we have is break even across the board. Rents for like comps in Sioux Falls or whatever, say there's a sale or something of something else, those rents are more than triple in Sioux Falls or other towns as far as comparisons. Cap rate comes into that kind of value basically. As far as if you're doing it by cost, half the mall still has asbestos in it. Most of the cost to remodel the mall was asbestos removal, demolition, really fixing what the owners completely messed up. And our value, I bought it for 1.8 with $200,000 back to pay the previous landlord's debt. And how they did it was they did one partial of value and left all the other ones the same. It went 11 times what it was before. There's a current shopping center that's going to be built in Sioux Falls that's going to be about this size, brand new construction, brand new build, $20 million. So my value is at almost 14 million and it's built in 1969. What's that? Okay. I'd just like to know like what comps were used. If there were comps, I'd like to know the population of those towns. Almost all of my rents, Hobby Lobby, Dunham's, they're not triple net leases. All the big towns, they have triple net where all the stores pay everything as far as insurance, taxes. I don't have that. I just have per square foot and that's it. I think that's pretty much all of it. Thank you.
All right. So yes, the mall has had a lot of work done to it. It was at 70% occupancy on April 1 of 2025. Let's read you this little bit from this memo. Yankton Mall is the largest retail building, and unlike any other in Yankton. Executive Assistant Matt Evans has been able to endeavor in reimagining the property, which has now been able to attract several national retailers. This funding, provided by a sales tax rebate, has made capital improvements possible, such as parking lot paving, lighting, new storefronts, significant interior demolition, interior demising walls, HVAC work, electrical work, plumbing improvements, and work specific to each retailer's landlord work letter, outlining specific delivery requirements, etc. So it wasn't just the facade that was being updated, or the front 100,000 square feet. As you can see from when he purchased it, the structure value is at 811,000, 400,000 of which was parking lot paving, which we know that he updated at a cost of 2 to 2.7 million, depending on which city committee meeting you watch. Per square foot at 261,277 is $3.54. In 2026, after we viewed the property, we increased the structure value to $11,807,900. Not a total value of 14, as he stated. It was, closer to 13. I'll round up and give you that. Per square foot, still at modest $45.19 per square foot. Here is a comparable sale. If you're familiar with Rushmore Crossing out in Rapid City, this has about 10 parcels on it, and there are a lot of different values. But if you break it down and take the land out of it, you get a total structure value of 338,749 square feet, which gives you a per square foot dollar amount of $66.42. This sale, obviously older. Commercial sales, they tend to be a little bit older. They don't sell as quickly as residential. Here is another mall down in Norfolk, Nebraska. Sold for $9.55 million back in December of 2021. They had a big plan, some Florida developer had a big plan to renovate the mall. At the time that they purchased this, they only had Target and I believe the JCPenney. There was no Kohl's, there was no TJ Maxx. The total occupancy of this building would have been hovering around 50 to 60%. So that sold at $40.01 per square foot for 40,480 square foot total. Here is a comparable listing currently on the market. If you go to Crexy.com, you can see it. It's at 2400 8th Avenue Southwest in Jamestown, North Dakota. James, I kept this one in here. We usually don't do listings, but Jamestown is so very similar to Yankton. It's a town of about 15,000 people on a river. The square footage is 215,688 on this mall. It was built similarly, I guess it's 14 years newer, 1982, but. So here are my market rents. These are rents from around the town. I want to point out that I took this from Van Buskirk's website. That's his Tisdall, his representative, the commercial broker. $19 to $23 per square foot for rent at the Yankton Mall. I believe that's referring to the open spaces of 1,250 and 5,300 square feet. I chose to go with the median rent of Yankton of $14 because I knew that he had the sales tax rebate. Here's the income analysis. You guys can read it yourself. And here's the summary. I have the breakdown of the building permits. I'm sorry, I know I'm going over time, but you get your income there, you got your listings. I'll pass the permits around.
So I've got a question is, I know we compare to these other places that are malls, but compared to facilities in Yankton, like Matt mentioned, Menards and Walmart, I guess in my mind, the property is the property and the building is the building. So what makes that old mall so much more valuable than a newer Menards or a newer Walmart building?
Ever since he purchased that place, everybody has spoken about it, called it a unicorn. So I don't really know what makes it more special than any other place in Yankton, but everybody seems to think so. I have nothing against you, Matt.
Well,
I think you're doing a great job.
Hold it. It's our time. The 2 minutes is our time. And we'll discuss it at a later time. And I get what you're saying.
Yeah, absolutely. Come on up here.
So he stated in April of 2025, I was 70% occupied. That's completely false. The stores did not come in until August. Five Below opened. September, Hobby Lobby opened, and I believe late September, Marshall's opened. So that was false. The statement as far as total taxes was not closer to 13. It's actually closer to 14. It's 13,630,000, which would be closer to 14. Let's see here. Rapid City population, not the same. Jamestown and Norfolk, those are completely renovated malls. I have 100,000 square foot of renovated. Like it is just the front. The entire back, even my leases say that. Just the front 100,000 square feet was touched. I didn't touch gymnastics, who pays $2,000 a month rent. I didn't touch Broberger, the pet place, the theater, like any of, I didn't touch the entire back. It was only 101,000 square feet that was actually remodeled. And like, sorry, I'll stop. Sorry.
It wasn't false. It was from that meeting with same date, April 2025.
One quick question. I see the parking lot has been built. Does that affect your?
We do have paving valued. It's valued at about $400,000 in our system, but yeah. It's a nice parking lot. And I promise you, Matt, I have nothing against you. It's not personal. I'm just,
So question, and yeah, I wrote down the Walmart valuation for Menards. So now are you evaluating those properties per square foot and not with their revenue? Because I think I would probably have to agree the revenue generation from a Walmart or Menards is probably a lot higher than, and I know you guys have multiple ways to do it, and properties like this, they're uncommon, right? We only have one. There aren't very many of them around. So could you just maybe explain
so
the
it's,
reason
it's,
for doing it that way?
it's a common misconception that it's
Yeah.
based on revenue. It's
Mhm.
based on what you could get for renting the space.
Mhm.
So what you would expect to receive,
Yeah.
Not their sales.
Not
nope,
the sales.
not their sales. So
Okay.
monthly rental, you break it down like, dollars per square foot per year. I just want to, since we're in the rebuttal.
No matter your mission, we can build a stack to solve it. Code that protects critical systems. Cybersecurity that keeps Americans safe. And city offered them an incentive package that was to $4.6 million on a $6 million project. So in this instance, this is going to be excess of a $12 million asset.
February 2025. City Commission meeting, that's Ryan Tisdall, correct? Yeah, but this was before you guys were even taking out permits for like Ross Dress for Less. I don't even think I don't know the inner workings of this, but I don't even think you were in talks of that. Back to this.
There's a couple numbers mentioned, the 13.6, which 14 million, whatever, but the assessed value we're looking at is 12.9, correct? Where's the 13.6 million coming in right now?
Yes, it's 11.8 for the structure and like 1.1 and change for the land.
Okay, understood. All right, so I'm just on this one. So sometimes when these are coming before the board, there's a suggested value. And Mr. Evans, what are you saying it should be? Is that noted anywhere?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, do you have it written down? I've got it somewhere. Sorry. I have it right here.
In your additional information, I think the field form is scanned in for your.
Oh, I was confused for me if this thing was finished. I don't know, I told him that I thought it was, if this thing is fully finished square footage, I don't agree with that.
Matt, you want to come up and you can talk? And here's your original appeal form.
Did you tell me the amount? Sorry.
No, I didn't mention it.
So estimated was, let's see here, I believe the correct folder. $5 million is what I estimated. So one thing I forgot, going back to like the parking lot, that parking lot, we had to redo all the poles and everything. So it was $2 million on the button with all the electrical wiring, all the new poles, everything, all the pavement, all of that stuff, all that structure, because we had to rip out all the old new stuff just for the record. That's what that was. And as I stated before, a lot of the construction that we did was demolition of existing flooring, stuff like that. And like with an appraiser, you know, even any of the crappiest carpet, when you have it in there, that is worth money. Versus if you take it out and you put in new, yes, it's worth more, but it's not worth 11 times the amount. That's just kind of what I'm trying to say. Sorry, I don't remember the reason why I came up here.
So you're saying 5 million versus a almost 13
Oh,
million
the
that's
five,
discussed. So
the
what is
five.
that per square footage then?
So what he did was he took, so there's 5 total parcels. He just left the other ones all the same. And they were like 60,000, 300 and some thousand, 500 and some thousand. He just left all those the same and just changed the one parcel in the middle. And that went from 1.1 to 11 million, basically, something like that. So that one parcel went $10 million up in value, but my total value, I think the previous property assessment was at like 1.8 or 1.9. I'm sorry, I don't remember the exact numbers. But, and then so it went from 1.9 up to 13.6 million for the entire thing. That's the easiest way that I can break it out. It's harder to decipher when there's 5 parcels and you only did one. So the total value of them all went from 1.9 to 13.6 million. And like, it's one thing that's tough for me is I've never seen an appraiser go on YouTube and go through videos on what people said to decipher values. It's always been math, whether it's an approach by income or an approach by comps values. I understand that, but to gather opinions and like, for instance, I talked to him about the rents. He went on Ryan Tisdale's page and looked at the listing rent for one of them, which is $19 a square foot. I don't have a single store paying that. Not even close. Like significantly less. I think my max, and I can't tell you who, my max right now is like $15 for the smallest space in there. Bigger stores are $5 per square foot with no triple net. So like I said, I'm sure the other malls are getting triple net. I'm not getting that here as far as that goes. And that's probably why the mall sold for so much, because Norfolk is completely renovated. Rapid City and Jamestown is, you know how much? By completely renovated, I mean white boxes, basically. I didn't even have that. Like I had to tear out all that stuff. So, I mean, that's just, I would go, if it's me and I'm an appraiser, I would go by math. I guess that's.
Some math for you right there. I didn't look at that YouTube video to get any kind of opinion of value for your property. I found that once you appealed, I was looking to back up my point, which I felt it did.
Okay, I think we've heard enough.
You answered.
Okay.
Sorry.
You had another question,
I
Dave?
do have one question. It should be a quick one. And it's for you. Just really quick, I'm just looking at all these different comparables on the commercial properties, and there is a line of building type, and in this case, it's regional shopping center. Walmart is retail warehouse and things like that. Is that at all part of the equation?
Yes, we often change values based on sales, based on use types for commercial.
Okay, so that does play in a little bit of your price per square foot.
Yes, which is why I didn't really use comparables in town.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. No, it's not income. It would be your rental income or what a buyer in a typical market setting would expect based on market area rents, since your rebate doesn't transfer. And he's not necessarily going to keep the tenants that are below their pro rata share and all that stuff. It's just. Okay, well, again, it's
Dave, did you
It's
have? did you have one
market-based,
more question, Dave? Okay. Okay. We'll move on to our next appellant. Who is Menards Incorporated.
Yes, hello. My name is Joe Stockman. I am a property tax consultant appearing on behalf of my client Menards.
Yep, you have 4 minutes to speak,
Okay.
sir.
Yeah, I was just making sure that you were all able to hear me. Yeah, so our review of the subject property of the Menards located in Yankton initially began with a uniformity analysis of comparable retail sites located in town. We were coming to the conclusion that our subject property was overassessed based on the per square foot values on the Walmart, Baumgars, Kopetsky, Ace Hardware, and former Save You More sites in town. Conversations with the assessor did transition to discussions on the proper square footage being utilized for the subject site. It was determined that the assessor, or I guess the county, had included some areas of the Menards parcel improvements that we are under the opinion should not be valued equally to the primary building area. Included in their square footage was the garden center, which is unfinished, unheated, and unenclosed space, as well as the detached accessory warehouse in the lumber yard. It is our belief that these improvements add minimal value to the site, but as they do exist, we believe should be included in the improvements value calculation. In discussions with the assessor, we had presented a graduated factor being applied to the different areas of the store. Essentially, what we are looking at is that the garden center and shipping and receiving areas should be valued at approximately 50% of the actual retail space. This is supported by the Marshall and Swift cost valuation manual, showing that the per square foot cost of a florist shop is approximately 50% of a retail cost per square foot. Additionally, the accessory warehouse building that is also detached, unheated, and unfinished, and would require significant capital improvements to be leased independently, should be assessed or valued at approximately 25% of the retail square footage, as it's more comparable and finished to a pole shed or a storage warehouse than a true retail space. So we had proposed a target value of $9,048,000 or $9,048,000, which would be a reduction of approximately $552,600 from the current 26 pay 27 value of $9,600,600. Thank you.
Okay, so after talking with Joe, I liked how he did his uniformity analysis, so I decided to do one of my own. Obviously, here is the subject property here in Yankton, assessed at $41.55 per square foot. And he already went through the square footage. That was the whole thing, but I'm glad we agreed upon that. Here's my first comparable assessment. It's another Menards in Mitchell. This one is assessed at the structure at $7,483,895, at a very similar sales square footage. This is again, just the heated sales area, and I believe shipping is included in this, the shipping area. 171,672 square feet for a total of $42.46 per square foot. My other comparable comes from Aberdeen, South Dakota, another Menards. Total square footage, 170,412, assessed at $40.75 per square foot. Going back to Rapid City for the last one, structure value at 10 million and change. The sales square footage, including shipping, is 162,960. It is a little bit older, is built in 97 hours, I believe was built in 2011, but this one is still valued at $58 a square foot. Here's my uniformity analysis. I left Pier out and Watertown as well. I heard that Watertown was also doing an appeal, so I didn't feel like that one was a good one to use. It seemed to be on the extreme end of high value, and Pier is the same reason. It's on the low end, extreme low end of value. But as you can see from the breakdown there, the sales area square foot, land and total value and all that, the value per square foot, we are still below the median of $42 per square foot. Remind you that we are at $41.55 across 6 Menards or however many we have. Right here, we just have a breakdown. Interestingly, their taxes have gone down every year over year from 2022 to 2025, and then from 25 to 26, it saw a 10% increase in taxes. And I know I have nothing to do with it, but I just thought it was interesting. I wanted to include it. You've also noticed their values have not really changed until 24 to 25, 25 to 26, the last 2 years. I feel that our assessment is in line with my uniformity analysis, the median at least of $42 per square foot. That list of estimated non-project costs is from the TIF that they originally set up when they were going to build Menards. The anchor building, aka Menards, just the shell of that, was estimated maximum cost at $5.7 million 15 years ago.
You bring up a really good point there that the actual taxes coming in have been pretty level for a long time. And that's a good point you bring up. Thank you for that. Who is it? Are you finished? Who was the guy online again? Joe, are you saying that you feel the value should be like 9 million instead of 9.6 then? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I passed around.
That's
It worked about $400,000.
Okay. And
Yes,
I guess my
that's
question is like looking at the comparables, I'm sure you could see, it seems like this valuation is really in line with what it should be, unless you have, I guess some other reason you'd like to state that.
Yeah, the uniformity analysis that Charles presented was, we were on the same page in terms of methodology. The only, I guess, issue that we had with the analysis that Charles presented was our initial uniformity was focused primarily on Yankton comparables rather than statewide Menards. So we were looking at the true larger retail properties within town, within the city limits. And we were basing our equalization off of Walmart, which has a similar lot size to our subject, approximately around 23, 24 acres. And yeah, using Walmart's current assessment at 45.54 square foot, we were applying that to our graduated factor analysis that we had presented, just to show the different values per square foot for the different building areas that we were aiming for.
You're seeing a assessor's comparison of similar, well, almost identical properties in very similar towns. I mean, does that seem more reasonable now to you?
Yes, I do think
that's all I
that.
need to know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to point out, the bottom line there is the equalization factor that's specific to each county. They give it to us for a reason so that they can make all the numbers make sense at the state level. So those are all adjusted. I don't think I wrote that in anywhere, and that's really, really light. So I apologize. It almost blends in with the background. But I did multiply those values per square foot by that equalization factor so that they would be.
I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Moving on. Heard, Yankton LLC. Dial them up, please.
I'm sorry to interrupt everyone. I am also on the call. I did just want to point out that there is someone in the lobby waiting to be admitted, if that's helpful. In the Teams meeting lobby. I didn't want to.
Teams lobby.
At some point, I should take a 5-minute break to
This representative is expecting a phone call though.
What?
This tax representative was expecting a phone call.
We're calling them.
Yeah.
collect. Does they do that anymore?
Otherwise, it goes against the commissioner's budget.
Yeah, it would.
Hi, Charles. You know who we're supposed to speak?
Dave Noller.
Dave? Gabe, this is Yankton County Commission Office. You're up on the equalization appeal. You have 4 minutes.
Is the grocery store. And I believe that the current value for the grocery store is $4,713,800. Am I correct?
Yes,
That's correct. Okay.
total assessed value. Yep.
And the value that I'm requesting today is $4,329,200. And it's my understanding that you guys have access to the information that we sent when we filed the appeal. Is that correct as well?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now, obviously, I would have preferred to have grocery store sales or lease comps within South Dakota. But I didn't have any, or none that I could find. And so just real quickly, I've provided a couple of different things. I've provided sale of just Hy-Vee grocery stores that have sold within the last couple of years in 2023, 2024. And I believe 3 out of those 5 continue to be Hy-Vee grocery stores. They stayed in there. 2 of them, one of them was in Ottumwa, and I believe the other one was in Fort Dodge, if I'm not mistaken, were vacant. So those are just Hy-Vee grocery stores. Now, I've also provided sales of other grocery stores as well. And, you know, for what it's worth, there's a Word document talking about the Ottumwa sale and what it was. It sold in 2018 for just under $7 million with Hy-Vee in the grocery store. They decided in December of 23 to vacate and not renew their lease. And it ended up selling for $2.1 million, or roughly $2.1 million. So that sale, and there's a couple of others that I did not include, just kind of show you the weight that Hy-Vee carries when they sell these and they are a tenant. But I'm not going to go through each one of these sales I mean, you can look at those at your own, on your own, but that's really that all I have. And like the, I feel like the sales comparison approach is a really, really good way to value these. I mean, they're bought and sold based off of their use or what they're leasing for. And so I feel like either the income or the sales is the best value.
Okay. Charles, you want to take
Yeah.
over?
Yeah, I agree with Gabe. Sales and income are excellent for these. And like him, I couldn't find real great comps. But here's the breakdown for the supermarket and the food warehouse storage, the aisles online. Since we're not worrying about that, I'll just move right on past it. The supermarket is valued at $58.72 per square foot. That's at 65,382 square feet. This is an old picture from December 31 of 2001 of when Hy-Vee purchased or sold it to itself, the plot of land before they replatted, before they built the building. This is a build to suit type of scenario where the cost of the project is cooked into the sale amount. So you can see there's a 9.35 million. There were other incentive, things that Hy-Vee had to do in order to acquire this land. I think they had to do another parking lot for the school. There's a lot of other things, but it's not, in 2001, you're not spending that much on a parking lot. If you adjusted that for inflation, it'd be close to about 16 million today, that sale. So those sales from 2001, that is $127.94 per square foot if the building existed. Sale price for the sale in 2018 was a sale leaseback. Hurd came in and purchased this property and, gave them their capital back to, for an excess amount of capital so that Hy-Vee could make some changes to. I think that's probably around the time we got that aisles online. And yeah, so that shouldn't count as a good sale because of it, just the way it's structured. But it's still $123 a square foot. Here's my comparable. This is a Hy-Vee Dollar Fresh, Fast and Fresh up in T, South Dakota. It is about the third the size. It's 27,200 square feet. It's sold in 2021 for almost 7 million, 6.996 million. And that is $234.42 a square foot.
What was that a sale of?
It was a Hy-Vee Dollar Fresh or Fast and Fresh. I don't know what that. Yeah, so they had that labeled as like grocery, retail, supermarket type thing. That's why I included it.
Yeah.
So here are my market rents, based upon some, one is in Yankton, 3100 Broadway Avenue A, a few from Marshall, Minnesota, another one from same, I guess that's Maurice's and whatever, it's Shoe Sensation up in 3100 Broadway. That's what they were charging for rent. At the median of $12.08, you wind up with value of about, yeah, 5.194 million for the total value. Land value stays the same. The improvements at 4.3, which is obviously above what we have it valued at now. I was kind of hemming and hawing, going back and forth on this income analysis because I'll just mention the cap rate real quick. I don't think I've done that for anybody else. I came up with a cap rate of 9.884%. I load it with the effective tax rate, the recapture rate, which is 2.5% for, this grocery store is about 40-year useful life. And then the interest rate on what you would expect in the market for a commercial loan is about 5.75. Somewhere there's a range, but that's what you can expect. I also, since it's a leased fee structure, I estimated their contract rent based on the sale that occurred in 2018 and estimated that it was probably starting off at about $8.50 per square foot. 1 to 2% increase year over year brings us to 2026, where you get a contract rent of about $10.20 per square foot. That leads you to 3.549 million for the structure, $54.29 per square foot. And this is just HERD's activity over the last several years, 2016 to 2024, and that's my time.
Do you have any, like a historic rate, like kind of you had with Menards on what the valuation has done with this? Is it increasing? Is it going down? Do you have that available?
In 2022, 2021, when they built that Fast and Free, whatever it is, the Isles Online, it increased then, but otherwise it hasn't increased since at least, probably when it was built. And it increased the last 2 years. Yes, I do have that actually. Here, take a look.
Yeah.
7% and 10%.
Okay, so I mean, very minimal, and we look at all our residents who increase every year. And a lot of these commercial properties are static or increasing, not anywhere near to what the owner occupied are. So.
Correct, yes.
Yeah. So that's a good point and I appreciate. Right. So what was this guy's name on?
Gabe.
Gabe. So what is your thought on, what you're asking? Looking at your comparables, I think they're all from Iowa, but what we're seeing Hy-Vees in our state, most of them, the sales are significantly more. I guess what is your thoughts on that?
Well, as the assessor was saying, but I think what the gist of it is when you're looking at sales, especially at grocery stores, it doesn't have to be just Hy-Vee. The sales of those are really not what you would, like if you're selling your house, you put it on the market and there's multiple buyers, like you have lots of buyers. On grocery stores, and especially with Hy-Vee, I would say that HERD is by far the number one purchaser of Hy-Vees.
I would agree.
He'll buy 9 of them at a time. Now, Hy-Vee sets the rental rates on those, not the buyer.
Yeah, I guess my question for you, sir, was the one that's a lot smaller in T, the same store sold for almost double what you're saying this one is worth. So I mean, how do you write that?
Real quick, like, I mean,
Yeah.
Those things can sell for monster numbers, but if you're an investor buying a Hy-Vee who's a AAA credit tenant, for the next, and normally their leases are minimum 20 years with 6 5-year renewals. For the next 20 years that you're going to have guaranteed income from Hy-Vee. So you're going to pay a premium. You're not buying the building. Let's just get that right out there. You're not buying the building. You don't care about the building. You're buying Hy-Vee and you're buying a
strong tenant
income stream.
Okay, thank you.
So when you see something selling for $9 million back in 2001, that's an inflated number based off of not the value of the real estate.
That was the build to suit. Yeah, you're right, Gabe.
Thank you, sir. Do you have any other questions?
Yeah, you're welcome. But like I said, I'm not arguing that this one's overvalued by a ton. Like my numbers almost, in the grand scheme of things, fairly close to where the assessor currently has it. I'm just saying that based off of some current sales of Hy-Vee grocery stores and kind of what's happening in similar type markets, albeit in different states, it kind of gives you a good idea of what the real estate is selling for if Hy-Vee is not a part of it.
Thank you.
Not everyone else has the Missouri River running right beside and drawing people into the area to buy groceries at Hy-Vee.
Yeah, well, Hy-Vees are pretty successful everywhere they are. So
No, you're absolutely right. It's right. It's a strong tenant. It's a strong tenant. Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna move on. Did you want to stay on the line, Gabe, or are you done?
No, I'm done.
Okay. I'm sure that the assessors will get back and hold you what we decide.
Fantastic. I appreciate your time.
Yep, thank you.
All right, bye.
Over Pioneer. Yes. Got him?
Hi, yeah, I'd be with Coburg Pioneer today.
Repeat your name, please.
Yeah, my name is Tim Levins. I work with DMA. DMA is an authorized agent to represent Coburg Pioneer today in this hearing.
Where are you out of, sir?
I'm located out of Minneapolis.
Thank you.
Okay, you have 4 minutes.
All right, very good. All right, so the property I'm presenting on today, Coburg Pioneer, subsidiary of Aztec Industries. The property in front of us is located at about 700 West 21st Street, built around in 1986, has about 335,000 square feet. In 2026, it's assessed at $12,030,000, which is about almost $36 a square foot. I completed 2 different approaches to value to conclude based on a sales approach and an income approach, reconciled mostly at my sales approach, requesting a value today of $10,380,000 or about $31 a square foot. So moving beyond the summary page there, which was page 2, we come to page 3, and that's going to have a grid here with our comparable sales summary. You're going to see the subject on the left there, kind of in the green text mostly, and 6 other sales of large industrials, mostly in the region. So with a building of this size, I mean, there's not very many of them in this region, and then there's even fewer that transact in any given period. So, I can't look directly in Yankton to find a building of this size that sells. I had to kind of look outside that marketplace with similar markets. So what we see here, we have some sales from outstate Minnesota. We have one leased fee sale from Aberdeen, and then we have one sale from Iowa, another one from Nebraska. So all the relevant characteristics are listed here for each building. Unadjusted sale prices range from about $18 a square foot up to $40 a square foot. After we take adjustments for the relevant factors such as location, building height, etc., that range is going to narrow to $21 a square foot on the low end to $37 on the high end. Looking at the median, just over $31 a square foot. So I reconciled the $31 a square foot based on these sales. Moving on to the next page, we're going to have another similar grid. This is going to be another comparison grid, but for lease comps, and that's going to help with our income analysis. All just based on the leasing information available to me. A lot of these, in fact, all of them come from Iowa. These are similar type markets, in our opinion, from both a demographic and economic perspective, even if they're not specifically local to your jurisdiction. But again, based on the building size, we're kind of casting a wider net here. So again, relevant information is listed: building size, the leased square footage, etc. And then after we go through all of our adjustments in a similar fashion, I reconcile the $4.25 a square foot as a triple net rental rate. Moving on to the next page here, here's a chart with different cap rates, set surveyed rates from realty rates for national and regional industrials, as well as local market estimates and analytics out of CoStar. So ended up reconciling a 10% cap rate for this building. Next page, chart with reserve requirements. I'd estimated 70 cents a square foot to set aside to repair the real estate. And then in our final page here is going to be our 2026 income analysis. So we're going to have our square footage, our reconciled lease rate there at 425. Follow that through with the market vacancy at about 5%, some standard expenses, and that's going to get us to a net operating income of just over $1 million, $1,554,615, and then we're going to take that by our loaded cap rate to indicate a value of $10,450,000, which is just over 31 a square foot. So based on these two Based on these two approaches, I feel pretty solid and pretty good about my opinion of value. So today I'm requesting a value of $10,380,000, which is again at that $31 a square foot mark that was indicated by both the sales and the income approach. That's all I have on this for this analysis here.
Okay. Michelle has just stepped up to the microphone here in our room, so.
Okay, so Colberg Pioneer, like he said, a subsidiary of Aztec. We have them valued at $2,030,900, which is $33.51 a square foot. We do in figuring out that dollar per square foot, we took out the land value, and I also took out the value of the hoop structure, since it is in the northwest portion of the property. It's not manufacturing per se, it's more of a outbuilding. So that is how we calculated that value. I did use local comparables. They are smaller, but it kind of shows what is here in Yankton. Let's see, this one is the EPI building out on West 21st Street. It sold in 2023. And it sold for $77.79 a square foot. The Mueller Windmills, I believe it was called, Tuxedo purchased, very close to the other one on West 21st Street, sold November of 2022 at $73.24 a square foot. And they are, again, we're talking about smaller square footages. Colberg is 35,000 square feet. These are smaller. This one's roughly 37,000 square feet. Comparable number 3 is Bow Creek Metals. Sorry, the picture is not very well. It sold just this last December for $75.54 a square foot. I also did include a sale from Beersford, a larger structure. This one is currently on the market and also sold in 2022. It sold in 2022 for $58.36 a square foot. Comparable assessments were fair and equal. The main building for Tuxedo is comparable. It assessed at $54.01 a square foot. And comparable number 2 is Wilson Trailer, a bigger property than the others per square footage, but still smaller than the subject, and it's assessed at $35.96 a square foot. I did array our manufacturing properties per square foot. I have Yankton, I have sales from Minnehaha, Lincoln, Coddington, Pennington, Brookings, Union, all within there. And as you can see, it's very small, sorry. Colberg and Hastings are both of our appellants this year, and they are right in the middle of our price per square foot of our manufacturing here in Yankton. And if you look at the other ones, we are still within range and or below of the sales within South Dakota. Income analysis, I'm gonna be honest, I had Charles do it. He's our income guru. So if you have questions, ask him. He did look at market rents, and since we had Sioux Falls in there, if you look, the middle one on the right has our market rents there. The median is actually $6.50 a square foot. He took $1 off of that since we do have some Sioux Falls and Hartford sale in there to bring it more towards Yankton, and that was used in estimating their rental income. So our total, you have a map, shows you we're currently assessing at $33.51 a square foot for the manufacturing structure and our comparables.
Anybody other than Dan have any questions?
You guys can contribute too, you know that. No, I thought, nice job.
Anything else from our online person?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, so I did have a chance to talk to the Equalization office earlier this week about this property, and I mean, I think the biggest issue with the data presented, at least in terms of the sales, is, I mean, yeah, these sales are much smaller. I mean, the largest one is 22,000 square feet. I mean, we're talking less than 10% the size of the property that we're actually trying to value here. And you know, if they're selling at $50 a square foot, and if we think economies of scale, you know, 30 is what I'm asking for here is really not outside the realm of possibility. But of course, it's impossible to say if we're not looking at actual truly comparable properties. I mean, a user like Kohlberg or, you know, someone in that space who would come and buy this building, they're never going to consider a building that's 20,000 square feet. I mean, that's just not going to work for their operations. They're totally different markets when we talk about the scale of these buildings. So while they all are local, I mean, that's certainly true. They're really not comparable in terms of their use and the utility.
Okay. We will take that into consideration.
So he's asking for 10, he's saying 10,380,000 and we're at 12. Okay, got it. Got it.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for your time, and we're going to take a short break and be back in 10 minutes.
All right, very good. Thanks for hearing me today.
Second.
By Dan, second by Wanda. Take a 10-minute break.
All in
We
favor?
have to
All in
vote.
favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay? Thank you all for waiting patiently.
We have to vote?
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Wanda and Dot. You ready to go?
Guys are board decisions.
We're ready.
Do we gotta do, did we do Wilson yet?
Wilson withdrew.
Okay.
First off, Wayne and Melina Didi, what are your thoughts?
Mr.
Making
Chair,
discussion.
I guess my thought is I think we got good comps. I think in this particular situation, they got caught at the top of the market and it's now coming down. And what I see is, I guess for full disclosure, I know them and I've been in this house. There's a ton of steps. It seems like it's being difficult to sell. It's been on the market for less than the valuation and hasn't sold. I don't believe the 250 they're asking is appropriate, but maybe where it's at now is maybe a little too high. But I want to get your guys' thoughts. That's just kind of how I'm seeing it. So
I think that Commissioner Clemish is probably correct that they got caught
wait,
at the
we got
wrong
that
time of the market.
can we record that? Thank you, Wanda.
Which will probably never happen again. But having said that,
Yeah.
it would seem that if I were a buyer and interest rates were low, I would be all over buying a house for 260,000 that's assessed at 350.
Yeah.
I mean, that just makes you look good on paper.
I guess this might be a little prejudice or something also, but I've heard, and I think we've all heard, that property taxes are like running people out of their homes because they can't afford to pay the taxes.
It's the steps.
And in this particular case, yes, I get that and I understand that, but I don't want it, I would not want it to become one of those issues where, see, now we got a elderly couple in Yankton, South Dakota, that they had to sell their house because they couldn't afford to pay the taxes. And I'm not saying that we got to go down to $250,000 on the assessment, but I think there should be a compromise there. So I will open it up for more discussion.
I'm not entirely sure if I'm on the same page here as everyone else, because like it is, in a sense, it is what it is. It did go up. It did go up a little bit from the previous years. It is a cycle. It is a strange one because it's a split level, but labeled as a 1-story. That makes it kind of hard. We should probably try to get those things cleaned up in our records so that they are more consistent. But I can't see us going below the 2025 levels.
Which is what?
Which would be 325, 900 for the structure.
So you want what number again?
Well, I feel like that's as low as I would be willing to go. It's just,
Okay, well, let me clarify. Are you willing to go down to what it was last assessed at or lower?
yes,
than
what it
that?
was last assessed at
Okay,
out of
which was what?
which that's 325, 900 for the structure. And the same price for the
Is that a motion?
no, I was giving my thoughts at that.
And you're welcome to that. And,
Yeah.
and I'd just like, I guess, any more discussion from any of the other board members.
Yeah.
Well, one question I have on all these, and I realize assessed value versus what they pay for taxes, they're two different issues. But what kind of dollars are we talking about in this? No, I'm talking about taxes.
Yeah, what it is pretty stupid, you lose $20,000 assessed value.
Yes.
You'd have to use
Take times 1.5%.
this year.
I'm sorry, it would be what?
Couple $100.
They've also lost owner occupied status since they opened.
And that's-
or since they
That's,
listed
that's,
their
that's,
property.
yes,
Yeah.
and I understand
that's
that.
very-
You gotta take that into consideration.
Why the property taxes went up as
Yeah.
well.
And they're now renting to own.
Mhm.
What's the school board thing? No pressure.
Put me on the spot. No, I was just kind of assessing those numbers myself. I would say I'm in a similar spot with maybe most, and that it's, I feel like the assessments may be a little high, but I do think that 250 is too low. So, and I would say 250 probably seems maybe excessively low to me. But I do agree that it also, the assessment itself feels high for the situation that they're in. And for the property, again, with the, one-story home versus a split level, those different components involved as well, so.
I think that not being owner occupied, it's a big jump, and maybe that's probably what they're really seeing and right away, but I'd be fine if it was back to the last year's assessed value on the house. Land stays the same, right?
While I was vocal early on in this about them, I know these people personally. And so, I take that with a grain of salt, like Commissioner Clemish. They have marked this house down substantially, as far as trying to sell it. And it's kind of one of those unicorn kind of properties, to borrow a word that was used earlier, that there really isn't anything comparable. This is a difficult house to access, especially as you get older. And if you've got a younger family, you don't want to climb all those steps up and down and risk kids getting hurt too. So this is kind of a unique situation. And I'm not going to campaign one way or another, just that we need to, take a look at the property and do the right thing.
Well, I think part of the problem or reason it hasn't sold is because there are a lot of properties on the market right now and mortgage interest rates are high. Back when mortgage interest rates were 2.6%, you would have a house on the market for a day. So I think that's a lot of the difference. They timed their move to a duplex incorrectly.
I can speak a little bit to one of our house we sold was on the list of homes up there. It is a split level home. And so we went through that exact process with our house and having it assessed and then going through the breakdown of that process. And that was something we were informed was your house is going to sit no matter what you put it at because of the mortgage rates. It's going to sit. You are going to have to drop what you're asking unless you want to sit for months and months and months on end. So that was something we were informed from the very beginning, that this probably was not going to be a fast process, especially with a split level home, with stairs in every direction. The only way to get in the house is to utilize stairs. So, having been in that situation and understanding that it is unfortunate timing wise, I do think that is something that they really fell into, is just unfortunately the timing of the market.
I'd agree, and I think our assessors did a great job. It's just an oddball property, and if we didn't have oddball stuff like that, there'd be no reason for this board to even hear. So, and I guess I'd moved.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's do 325,000 even. I know that's a little bit lower than some people want, and maybe higher than others, but in the spirit of compromise, I guess I think that's fair for all parties. And then. And then don't touch the land, right? 325 for total value. That's
For structure.
motion.
And wait a minute, just for clarification.
Yep.
What was it last year? 325.9?
Yeah, and then
Plus the land. Yeah.
Still the land still.
Yeah. I've learned the hard way. We don't touch that because the state gets very upset with us.
So this year's assessment, total value was what?
362.9.
62.9. So we're taking 17,000 off the structure. All right.
Using the old math, yes.
Yeah.
Gotcha. You got a motion, Dan?
Yes.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Got a motion by Dan, second by Wanda. Further discussion?
Just a point of clarification, please. So again, we're gonna say, so the total assessed value is gonna be what then?
325 plus 20, 342.9.
Okay,
Correct?
345. Yeah, 345.
I'm sorry, 345.9.
You using older math, Wanda?
Clearly.
Just,
45, yeah.
you're taking the 9 off.
Yes. Well,
All the nines
Oh,
off
sorry.
property.
Yep.
Yep.
Yes, yeah, 325 plus the land value of $20,900.
Don,
Okay, so now, the way I look at it is we're not talking about big dollar change. On a monthly basis, it isn't huge, to them. It's probably large to them. But I haven't seen the property. And the assessors have seen the property and gone through it. And so I support the assessor's valuation.
Is that a separate motion?
Well, we can vote
Yeah.
on.
Well, if somebody would
If
second
he-
Don's motion, we could vote on that, and if the majority would do that, then
Well-
that would be what.
Don can make that as a substitute.
Or just do one and then do another one.
He doesn't have to.
If he wants to make a substitute motion, we got to get a second on that. Don,
Sure.
I have a substitute motion. I have a second by Ryan. Any further discussion on the substitute motion? Hearing none. I'd like a roll call vote.
Is this on the subs?
The
Yeah,
substitute motion.
so if you vote yes, then,
Stays the same.
then it'll
This-
be 362.9. If you vote no, then we'll get a chance to vote on my motion to have it at 345,900.
Just point of clarification, is there normally you have a motion on the floor, it's been seconded?
And.
Don't
and
you have to
make-
amend that motion versus making another one?
No,
No,
you
they
just-
made a
a
substitute.
substitute motion, then you vote on the, or if you get a second on the substitute, you vote on that.
Gonna have to break out Robert's rules here
Yeah.
pretty soon, so.
Will you please call the roll?
Don,
Yes.
Brian,
Yes.
Wanda,
Yes.
Dan,
No,
Dave.
No.
Brian,
No.
Jacqueline,
No.
John,
No. Mike?
and Mike.
no.
So now we'll move back to the first motion.
and
Any
that's
further
for-
discussion?
Yeah, 345,900 total valuation, 325 even for value plus land at 20,900.
Motion for 345,900 for the structure and $20,000. 345 even for the structure and 20,900.
325 even.
325.
Yeah.
25, I'm sorry. $325 for the structure, 20,900 on the land. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Moving on to the next one.
Did Don and Wanda and Ryan, did you? Oh, yes. on that
Yes.
one.
Yes.
This one, he ended up agreeing with the assessor is what I had written down
Yeah,
in his
this is-
property. So I guess this one, I,
That's 125 for the structure, 11.9 for the land.
Yes, 11.4.
11.4, sorry.
Is that your motion or?
I'll make that motion.
All right, second,
Motion by Ryan, second by Dan on the Charles Holland
to agree with the assessor recommendation.
to agree with the assessor's recommendation. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Kurt and Julie Needham,
I'd move to leave it at the assessor's valuation.
Second.
a motion by Wanda, second by Ryan to approve the assessor's evaluation. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Nay.
Motion carries. You get that? Franken RV Park. Discussion.
I guess the discussion on this one I have is I can see the point, when I understand why the assessors did what it did because of the size of the property and that it's retail. But when you compare it to Walmart and Menards, it seems like it's a little high. And I guess we all know this property and look where it was just a couple years ago. I thought the city was gonna have to tear the darn thing down. I mean, it was the eyesore of the city, and it's been turned around, and I have no doubt that the value, when it's all done, will probably be in excess of that 12, 13, 14 million, but I don't think it's there yet. And how, we talk about economic growth, development, how we need to do those things, and maybe this property just needs a little help because there's nothing like it. I mean, you can't find anything similar to that. How do we get there? I don't know. I don't have a number in mind, but I want to get your input, but it just seems unique and nearly impossible to assess that.
I don't know if it's so unique because you go right across the street and you got a strip mall and it's assessed at the same price per square foot. It's very in line to the per square foot pricing of all these other commercial properties and rentals in town. And yes, it's great that he has brought it back, but there's a TIF on it that needs to get paid back. It's been under assessed for years. It has to go up. I'm just saying that from what I see on the what the assessor's work is they really did their homework. They've shown comparable properties. The price per square foot is within the averages of the city. And it's a big shift, but so is what he's done with that mall is a big shift. And that's kind of how that works.
Can you show us again what the square foot price of the Menards and the Walmart building is?
The mall is a neighborhood shopping center, but Menards is a general retail. They're different uses. Commercial. Hospitals.
Dollar value per square foot on Menards is $41.55. Walmart is $45.54 per square foot. That's according to Mr. Stockman's submitted paperwork. So below Walmart is above Menards.
This could be a stupid question, but I'm learning. So question is, part of the backside of the building isn't finished yet. When you're going through and assessing the property, is that taken into account, the fact that there's portions of it that have been?
Yes, we could do a percent finish on these.
Okay.
But from what I can tell, from what I remember being in that mall, after it flooded, they have updated, well, they took out some walls for Bro Burger Bar. It's not a crazy update. Obviously, Hobby Lobby runs to the back of the store. as he said, gymnastics was untouched, but if you guys look in the building permits, Restores had 2 in the last 5 years, is that right? When, you know, off the top of your head?
They just recently, last year, I don't know. It was like 3,000, 4,000, they did for that. Church of the sales.
They pay rent. And then the, you know, the old Crafters Emporium is right next to the movie theater. Like obviously the movie theater's been, I don't know, I don't want to say revamped or, but it's functional. And then the Crafters Emporium is still a vacant space, which I took into account when I did my income approach. It's only income generating space, like 228,000 square.
Just curious how that falls into the equation of the dollar amount that's assessed.
Yeah, so at cost, it's not factored in there, but for income, it's factored in. Yep.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I kind of agree with an earlier statement that it seems like it's overstated. You know, there's a stack of building permits here for the work that's been done and needed to be done at the mall. But just because you tear something down as part of the building process and you put something back on top of it, doesn't mean it's worth twice as much. You had to spend a lot of money to tear it down because of it being built in the 60s or 70s. I don't recall the exact time frame. But I just feel like this is a fairly high number that's you know, not quite supported as yet.
I have one more question too. Apologize. When the mall is at full capacity, 100% filled and 100% income coming in, then revenue coming in, do we have an idea of what the full assessment rate would be at that point? Is that something you look at as an estimate?
I never forecasted that.
Okay.
No. Yeah, when we do our assessment,
Mhm.
the replacement cost new, less depreciation.
Yep.
So. If you get all the money, the amount you're spending there with Ross, it's over 13 million. So that gives us a guideline, but it's not our, you know, defining rod.
Yeah.
For guiding our value.
Okay.
And your estimates for the income is based on what a normal rent should be in Yankton, not on these
Yeah, it's not.
very great deals that he's been able to give. Yeah.
No, it's based on. Yeah, and I know that you do, you know, you got the rents down for those national retailers, I understand.
It's just straight out the math, like Ross didn't even sign the lease until February.
Yeah, February.
There's a lot of skewed math here.
I didn't even read that.
Matt,
Work in progress down there.
Matt, would you come to the microphone because I got bored agreeing.
Yeah, that was my question is can Matt come back up? Yeah, Matt, my question to you would be, I just want to make sure that I can wrap my head around where you feel the dollar amount should be and kind of where we're at.
Oh, sorry about that. So my main course of math was, vacancy compared to filled space. I would completely agree with this. If the mall was full and it was completely renovated and there was no asbestos in it and it had all new plumbing, just like Menards, just like Walmart, there again, those spaces were those spaces were, Menards was 202,000 square feet. The Walmart was 214,000 square feet. My total mall with common areas is 260,000. So that's also not leasable square footage. Leasable for me is 230,000 square feet of rentable space. Okay. So that's pretty comparable to Walmart and Menards, but I've only renovated half. I've only renovated 101,000 square feet of that. So my math was, okay, if I've renovated 100,000 square feet and these other stores are 200 and 220,000, or 202,000 and 214,000, then I'm about halfway there, basically. You know, Ross wasn't finished last year. We have a couple other vacant spaces, not including the back of the mall. You know, gymnastics rent alone was $2,000 a month. That doesn't even pay for property taxes and insurance. You know, there's asbestos throughout the entire back of the mall that all has to be removed. So what I was like, okay, Menards assessment was 9.6, Walmart was 9.8. They do have a little bit more acres than me. So I was like, okay, let's cut that in half, you know, bring it from 202,000 to my 100,000 square foot finish, but I still have back of the building. There's actual still building there. So then I bumped it up to 5 million from 4.4 or whatever that is, 4.5. That's how I came up with my number. And here again, like I would completely agree with this, you know, as finished, like to your quote, Jacqueline, like to what you were saying, I would agree with this exactly as finished. They are building this center a little bit bigger than this one in Sioux Falls, total brand new construction, land and everything, 20 million. And that's in Sioux Falls with triple the rent that these stores pay up there. That's just what they do. So, and these are real, this is real math. You know, I understand like he was getting rent numbers from Ryan on his listings and stuff like that. That's not the rent that they're paying. They're paying significantly less, you know, and going back to the gross number that he had of 3.
Yeah, I think the question was already answered about where you're at.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. So let's keep moving along. Any other discussion?
So I just want to point out, so right across the street is at the 2007 Broadway. That's also in it's a shopping center use. So it's probably the closest in the same use, I think, in the area, very close to the area.
Thank you.
And on their assessment, based on their square footage, they also had vacancies in their space. And their assessment, it's $41 per square foot for their entire building. The mall here is at $45.60 per square foot. So I am going to make the motion to reduce that to something closer to that other shopping center across the street.
What did you say it was 41 per?
So it's about $40. It's about $41 per square foot across the street. Just to the south. And so I'm just going to come up with a good number for a motion here. That gets me into there. Okay, there. That's a simple one. So I'll make a motion at 10,400,000 for the structure, leaving the land the same. That gets us down to a price per square foot of $40.18 per square foot, which is under the neighbor to the south at $40.98 per square foot.
A motion by Ryan to reduce the structure to
10,400,000.
I think you're on the
property.
I think you're on the right direction, but I guess hearing him speak that.
Can I get a second on Ryan's motion first?
I'll second that.
Brian? Further discussion?
Yeah, I guess, you know, with it, and I appreciate that compromise, Ryan. It seems like that, you know, still though, half of the value or half of it has been renovated. And, you know, when you compare it with Walmart and Menards and these other ones, it's still, you know, quite a bit higher than that. It's closer.
The This is actually under the minority
Yeah.
per square foot, which is $44.54.
Yeah, no, I get it, and I appreciate your willingness to compromise, but it's moving the direction, but I guess I would like to just make sure that this mall is successful in the future, which I know it will be, but we know what it doesn't look like when that mall is successful, and it was like that for many, many years, so.
You got a substitute?
No, I guess I don't, but
And for further
Yeah.
discussion, we have,
Yeah.
this is about Board of Equalization, so we must be fair and equal across all properties. I know we want to be compassionate sometimes, but
Yep.
this is about being fair and equal. And when we let the commercial properties pay such low property taxes, I myself, my property tax on my commercial building went up 20%. These things, that shifts that tax burden over to our owner occupied properties and our homeowners.
Yep.
Who
What's
have been
the number
shouldering
you
a
had?
lot for the last how many years?
What's the number you had again, Ryan? I didn't.
That was
write it down.
10,400,000.
What's it assessed at again?
The original assessment
12.
was,
That, the 12.
and
Thank you. Appreciate it. Just want to see it again.
yeah, it's a reduction of $1,407,900.
I just want to make a point before we vote. I'm hearing everybody and really trying to process this, and we're using, Ryan, you're right. We do have to be equitable across all buildings and owners. One of the things though, too, we are also pulling comparables from Rapid City, Norfolk, and Jamestown, North Dakota. Also, from what I'm seeing here, it looks like those are operating at 100%. The only one that was built in 68 and renovated in 22 looks like it's probably also operating at 100%, as well as the Jamestown, North Dakota one that's, I believe, as he said, it's for sale right now, but also operating at 100%. It doesn't say when that was built. 1982, thank you. My only point would be is that I can also see Matt's point where you're having people there that are not paying anywhere near what the rent should be. So I would just say not operating at 100% based on what was actually renovated. But I see all points. This is a tough.
Yeah, and that's
it's not.
Paying their contractors certain points throughout this that I got from. There's word that I got from the assessor's office down there that they were building out Coles and they were working to get TJ Maxx secured. And then they stopped paying contractors, so Coles had to finish the project themselves. TJ Maxx never came to fruition. When that sale happened, they were at less than, like right around 60% occupancy.
Okay.
which I know was less than yours, but you also, 1.6 million. And to my point, and that's exactly why I recognized it. And that's why I really kind of like started leaning more towards that other property right next door there. That's very similar, and bringing it back down and shifting it more closer to that. And, that one has vacancies too, has pretty good vacancies as well. But yeah, this is a harder property to sell because there's no others in town of its size of the same nature.
Yeah.
Can you clarify what property you're comparing to right now? What is it?
It's where the Harbor Freight is. And
Okay, thank you.
Out of zone.
Dollar store out of
And,
zone.
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any further discussion?
Matt, did you have a point?
Yeah, one more point of clarification here. Just keep in mind I don't know what your multiplications were, Ryan, as far as per square foot, but just keep in mind leasable square footage is 228,000 or 230,000. That's what I can actually use of there. Other than that, I'm paying expenses for HVAC and everything on the inside myself because the stores won't pay it. So that's the actual leasable square footage. And that's also not counting the back, basically, as far as vacancy, basically. So even at that 228, we're very close. I don't feel the shopping centers, because you're going to pay more per square foot to buy a piece of property that's smaller. I feel the better comps are Menards and Walmart because they're in our town. And if we want to go to other towns, that's fine. But I feel that those are better comps at that 228 or 230. I can look it up, but I feel that that's better. And then also putting in the vacancy part of it, like half of my building is empty and I've only renovated. And that's the reason why this is going up, because I renovated it. Well, I only renovated 100,000 square feet of it. That's the whole reason this is going up. So I just wanted to put that as a point of clarification.
So really quick there, then based on that though, even if you go to the 238,000, your price per square foot is still less than Menards. Your assessed value per square foot, even if I say it's a 238,000 square foot, just to let you know that. And unfortunately, renovation, that's exactly how it works. You buy a property in distress, you renovate it, assessed values go up.
Yeah.
That is the process.
I agree. It's just that I only renovated 100,000 and Walmart and Menards are brand new at over 200,000 square feet. So I don't feel I should be valued the same price as them when they have newer buildings. Mine was built in 69. And then on top of it, they have new finishes in 200 and some thousand square feet. I only have new finishes in 100,000 square feet.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks for your time.
What about, if 230,000 square feet, it's usable, $40 a square foot would be 9.9,200,000. That puts us right in the area of Walmart and Menards. What's everybody think about that? I mean, it's.
I guess we got to vote on a motion, or you can make a substitute
Well, I
motion to
guess
that effect.
we're still in discussion. I mean, would there be any support for that? It seems like a middle ground. I appreciate Ryan's comments too, but if there's no support for that, we can just go and vote on this other motion. So.
I'd support that to see where that goes.
Substitute motion for $40 for. How would you guys want that as a motion? I guess that would it be total?
And I think
total
you say
value?
the structure value of 9,200,000 is what you're saying?
Yeah. And then what's the land value on this one?
And just say, let's say in land value.
Okay, there is.
1,162,300.
I'm thinking the whole thing around, 9.2. To include the land value, structure value plus land value, 9.2. That'd be $9 per square foot. Total, yes.
9.2 total?
Yes. Because if you
for the land and the structure.
Yeah, because if we would do 9.2 plus the $1 million, it'd actually be higher than yours. Right. And
Well, I'm talking about the structure, and when I'm doing the comparables, I'm doing the structures only.
Okay.
And so now you're talking about way less than $40 a square foot for the structure.
I feel like I did one for 35, just to see what that came out to with the structure. And you're looking at 9.1 million for the structure itself. If you drop it down to 35, just to see what that did.
And my reasoning for this is that construction is going to continue to go, building permits are going, so this is going to be reassessed year after year after year. So it's not like the building permits are pulled and everything is going to be done and it's not going to be reassessed for 10 years. It's going to be reassessed next year and probably the year after that. And I'd rather capture the true value when it's all completed and hopefully at 100% or close to it than now, but I guess that's up to the board to decide. That's a tough property. I mean, there's nothing else like it and it's difficult.
And I beg to differ because we got something, the closest thing we got to is right there next door, and we do have good numbers there. And we should do these numbers based on the structure and then leave the land alone. And so we should just talk about structure numbers.
So that then, and that's correct. That's where I thought you were coming from, Dan, is that we're talking going from $41 for that structure down to 40.
Yeah.
Okay. And so, but yeah, I'm good with that, but I would be okay seconding that, but I'm hearing you say we're gonna go much lower.
Well, I'm trying to figure it out, right here on the fly, would, because when you add the land, I guess where I would be at would be, 8,037,700 plus the land value of 1,162,300 for, yeah, a total of $9.2 million valuation. Yeah.
And I think for,
But that might be too low when you do it that way as 30. I was thinking more of, well, what would $40 a square foot be? And I calculated that at 9.2 million, but that included the land, right? And so I guess.
So Jacqueline, what was your number? At 35,
just
35.
and that was 9.1 even.
Mhm.
For clarification, I think what you were looking at was the leasable space. So
Yeah,
instead of looking at the
exactly.
260, you were looking at the 230 and trying to calculate that out.
Yeah.
So that's where I just
Yeah.
kind of
I
picked
can-
something for the whole structure square
agree,
footage,
yeah.
just to see where that
Yeah.
landed.
Mhm.
And that's gonna be across the board, Matt, correct? That there's gonna be 30,000 square feet that's not leasable space. Right.
Theater, hallway, Burger, delivery.
I have a square footage breakdown.
Just, it's kind of like the communal area of the mall, like when you, that's gonna be your inside portion.
Just look right to
But
you,
don't they
Matt.
have
So I've got,
virtual?
this is all the unusable space. I've got 32,000.
And-
Okay, so-
Income generating.
228. Yeah, he came up with the same number, 228,000, because there's, yes, because there's delivery hallways, there's loading docks.
So at this point in time, when we're figuring that out, it's like we're almost picking the fly manure out of this pepper shaker. So let's come up with a number and move on.
Okay. I think personally, like, I think personally is the question that you need to ask yourself is this worth more than Menards or Walmart, or is it worth less when it's only renovated 100,000 square feet? That's how I would do it, but you guys are the commission.
So-
That's all I say.
So Dan, you made a second, substitute motion.
Yeah, I really wanted, I don't know what the ending up number is gonna be, but I was thinking around pretty close to what Ryan was saying is, 40,000, $40 per square foot total, but if you're gonna add the land in, I don't know where that ends up, so.
So if you are gonna do $40 per square foot, and you're going to do the usable number, that's the 9.2 million, okay?
plus one?
And then you add in the total amount then would be $10,362,800 with the land.
Is that a motion?
That's just a little bit lower than what you wanted.
And mine was for $10,400,000 for the structure.
Okay.
And I've been,
What was your calculation for the, I'm sorry, I didn't write it down. What was your calculation for the $40 per square foot with the land? You said it was 10,380? Is that what you said? Is that $40 per square foot plus?
that was 10,400,000 for the structure, plus the 1,162,800 for the land, which would give you 11,562,800 for the total. That's the motion that is on the table and seconded.
Is that a motion?
That is the motion that's
That's
on the
the
table.
motion that's on the table.
I'll do it. I guess I got my substitute now would be $40 per square foot plus the 1,162,300 total value, 10,362,300.
Just for clarification, you were ending with 300 for the land, the last three digits is 800 for the land.
Oh, okay. I did 9.2 for the calculation plus the 1,162,300.
The land is 1,162,800.
300.
Not according to what they have up here.
Oh, okay, I'm looking at according to the beacon, it's been 800 for the last 2 years. But on the last 30 digits.
Okay.
So that might be a typo up there.
Charles, can you clarify the 300 versus 800? Land value on your slide.
So it needs to be, I'm fine with 800, but
So then the actual land value is 1,162,800.
Yes, 800.
all right.
Your screen shows 300. Your screen shows.
This is a tough one, so.
Okay, so
If I,
substitute motion
Yep.
would be $9,200,000 for the structure.
Yes.
$1,162,800 for the land, which makes it for a total number of $10,362,800. Is that what your
Yes.
substitute motion is? Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
I have a second by Mike. Let's do a voice. Any further discussion on the substitute motion? Hearing none, will you please do a voice roll call on the substitute motion?
Dan,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Wanda,
Yes.
Dan, or I'm sorry, John,
No.
John,
Yes.
No.
That was me. You're coming up.
Oh.
You're next.
You only get to vote once. Don.
Don,
No.
Brian,
No,
Dave,
Yes.
Brian,
Yes.
Jacqueline.
Yes.
And Mike.
Already did Mike.
No, Mike seconded. Did you? Okay.
He said yes.
Okay, it looks to me like then we have
That's all.
7-2.
7 and 2,
Mhm.
7 yeas. Motion carries.
That's a tough one and a good discussion though, everybody.
Moving on, Menards.
I'd move to accept the assessor's recommendation.
Second.
Got a motion by
Oh,
Dan,
excuse
second
me.
by Wanda.
Excuse me really quick before, if I can interrupt just briefly, in regard to the Menard property. I've been following along with the discussion on the mall. What was the per square foot settlement that we ended with at the mall?
This is board discussion time, isn't it? I mean, he had his time.
We left
Oh,
everybody else.
the gentleman with the mall was speaking, so I thought we were back on an open floor. I apologize if that's not the case.
You're fine because we did give the prior appellant a voice also.
Yeah, I don't mean to, it was really just a clarifying question, though. I had to, and I won't take up much of your time here. Well, first of all, what was the mall just landed on at a per square foot value?
the technical per square value, it's a little bit hard because we excluded some of the area that is not rentable, but the technical square foot value was $40 per square foot.
and it would be
And-
$35 per square foot for the entire building.
Yeah.
And when we're valuing the Menard site, and I'm sorry, I also represent Menard. I did not introduce myself earlier, so I'm sorry. My name's Henry Beck. When we were discussing the Menard site, did we ever end up, if we were using the graduated factor table, or if we were valuing all the land or all the usable square footage in the building at the same flat rate?
Somebody should.
Charles?
We were only valuing I thought this is what Joe and I agreed on, that we were only valuing the heated sales area. So that would be like the 168, that all Menards, they're all 330 by 480 or something like that.
Whatever it is, yeah.
Plus the shipping area. So that
Okay.
was 173,000 and yeah.
If we are doing this, and I don't like doing this, but I have to go back to my client and they're going to ask me about this. If we are using that structure to value it, and therefore we're putting the value of the finished square footage within the main structure of the Menard up around $50, $50+ a square foot. And now we've got this mall at 40. Our equalization that was agreed upon earlier does kind of fall apart.
Menards
I
is only
understand
$41 a square foot, 41.55. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Henry. But
41.55.
Yeah.
If we're valuing all the square footage as we've got, I'm sorry, that's
oh, yes,
the
based
one.
on your analysis, based on yeah.
So if we've got the 173, bear with me for just a second. We've got the
We need to put a
173.
time limit on this so we can be here all day.
Want to start your clock?
Go for it. I understand. So if we are doing the 173, oh yes, then we've got the other square foot. My point is the 173,000 square foot that is in the main structure of the building is being valued at 55. No, it's not. I'm sorry. That's incorrect on my point. My overwhelming, overarching point here is if we're bringing the mall down to a level that's equal at the Menards, I would make the argument, and I kind of have to, that a multi-tenant structure such as a mall carries far less risk, and then therefore a more stable cap rate, or essentially the risk factor for a building that can rent out to multiple tenants that exist in every town, as opposed to catching one whale. In other words, in the simplified way of saying it is, if Menard leaves town, Menard, the building that once housed Menards, which is really what we're talking about, is essentially valueless, because in order for them to get any rental income coming in, they would have to attract a tenant of Menard's size. The building can't be easily subdivided. There's one dock in the back, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. A mall, if it loses a tenant, might lose 2 to 3% of its income. Therefore, a mall and a Menards should not be valued at exactly the same rate when it comes to this stuff, just because the risk factor that the Menards carries is far greater, especially in a smaller market such as that we're in. If Menards leaves,
How long are we gonna give him?
The clock is running. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. If Menards were to leave, you'd be very hard pressed to find a tenant that needs 200,000 square feet, or 175 plus a garden area, plus a outbuilding for wood. Therefore, the building carries greater risk. Therefore, it not necessarily shouldn't be valued in the same range as a mall, which can handle the risk, which has a much larger tenant pool in a small market. That's my 2 cents. We made our case and we agreed on it. We're in overtime now, and I'm sorry to do this. Once the other value changed, it does affect our equalization here. And I don't like making this argument, but I do have to advocate for my client in this instance. So I'm sorry for the extra discussion point here. I don't mean to waste your time, but it does bear bringing up at this point, and I kind of have to. Does that make sense? Are there questions on that?
Well, I could comment a little bit on it.
Please.
So that's specifically why I really didn't want to bring and take the mall and compare it to Walmart, or the mall and compare it to Menards, because they are different property types and they're different uses. The best we had in our town was right across the street, and that's why we did bring down the value on the per square foot value on the mall, was because the best property type was to the south, and that did have a lower down to that, closer to that $40 per square foot. So the Menards is in a different class, and talking about the building, if Menards wasn't there, it's kind of a jagged edge. I mean, Menards is there. And now are we going to start talking about, if all businesses leave, what's the value of empty shells?
Well, and I
You don't want to go
don't-
down that, we don't want to go down that path of saying, what if I'm gonna leave and, well, maybe I'll just pack up my bags and leave or whatever, you know?
Of course. If
So we
everyone
don't
left,
want to get
nothing would
down
have
that
any
path.
value.
We do want to assess what it is doing today.
John,
And Charles, I fully appreciate
sorry,
that.
we're
and
out of time. Sir,
We got a motion in a second.
I'm
I
just,
got a
I will
motion and
say
a
it is,
second.
it is a fee simple argument. I don't want to consider this least fee, which is considering the Menards presence at the site. That's all.
Yeah, any further discussion by the commission on this issue?
My only 2 cents would be that, to me, they're still separate entities. The mall is not complete. It is in a stage of being rebuilt and redone. Menards is established. They're not dealing with unleasable property within their facility. It's a completely different entity. So that would be where my thought process goes with that argument, would just simply be that they're not the same thing.
Agree.
Two very different situations.
Agree.
I fully agree. I
Mr.
just, if
Chairman, I
we
call
used
the
one to
question.
cent the value of the
Question's
other,
been
then
called. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries.
thank you for your time.
Thanks.
The herd parcel. Is that, do we gotta call him back or is he good? Okay,
I would agree with the assessor's recommendation on this one as well.
motion,
Move, do we accept the assessor's recommendation?
Second.
a motion by Dan, second by Don to approve the assessor's evaluation on the herd Yankton LLC property parcel. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Coburg Pioneer.
Hello again. I believe we already discussed Coburg Pioneer earlier before the break.
Yes.
I would move to go with the assessor's valuation.
Got a motion by Wanda, second by Jacqueline. Any further discussion? The motion is to approve the assessor's evaluation.
Correct.
Any further discussion?
The only reason I paused for a second on this one is it did have an 18% increase. So out of all of our, other than the mall, which was a unique case, it did have a much larger increase than the other commercial properties, but it's also the only manufacturing we have on the table today.
And
So
Does it,
if I'm correct, the hoop
the
barn
building
was
is not in there. Yeah.
included in the land value, correct?
Yeah.
Was not.
The value of the hoop building is in that structure value. When I take and make the price per square foot, I took the value out of that. So we're not taking, it's still valued. It's just not in your price per square foot.
It really made sense to me when you explained how you had that broken down, and yeah, I'm definitely in agreement with you on that.
And commercial properties within the city went up 10 to 20%. Some went up 10, some went up 18, and some went up 20.
Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. So at this time, I would approve a motion to adjourn the joint.
We got board decisions.
Oh, okay, sorry. Jumping the gun here.
And those can, and just briefly, because I know we got new people, those have agreed with your decision, is that correct?
Correct. They agree with the new assessor's recommendation for one reason or another. The first one, we didn't have correct property information. The second one, they have unusable area that was being assessed, so we had to change that. And the third one, the income approach was used to value it.
Move approval of, what did you want? You wanted to move approval of your recommendation, assessor's recommendation for parcel 78.360.016.160.
Second.
Motion by Dan, second by Wanda on the parcel 78.360.016.160. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
I move approval of parcel 78.430.030.130.
Second.
Motion by Wanda, second by Ryan to approve the parcel 78.430.030.130. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
I'll move approval of parcels 78.650.002.010.
Second.
And motion by Mike, second by Dan to approve the assessor, approve the assessor's value at on parcel 78.650.002.010. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Now's the time for final public comment. Seeing none, public comment is closed. Now I would accept a motion to adjourn from the,
I just wanted to thank the city commissioners and the school board for joining us. Really appreciate your guys' perspective and you working with us. It's a tough job and I'm glad you're here to support us. So thank you.
I would echo the same sentiment to you. Thank you, guys.
Sorry, I apologize.
You made
Just one
motion.
question to jump in. Before things get wrapped up there. So
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
motion by Dan, second by Ryan to adjourn out of Consolidated Board of Equalization. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Thank you all.
Mr. Levens, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, just want to make sure you were there. We'll hear, go into the next board here soon.
Okay.
Thank you.
Joining us for our April 24th Director of our County Board of Equalization meeting. Patty, please call the roll.
Wanda,
Here,
Dan. Dan,
he's here. He just stepped over to the next room.
John,
Here.
Here.
Brian. Don,
Here.
I'd move to approve the agenda.
Second.
Got a motion by Wanda, second by Don to approve the agenda. All in favor, aye. We need financial conflict of interest from any of the board members.
I have none.
I have none.
I do not.
I have none,
you've already read.
and I've already read that, so.
So just have.
Now's the time for public comment. Nobody's jumping up and running up to the microphone, so public comment is closed. First item on the agenda, Noah Kramenhock, parcel number 09.017.500.101.
I don't see Mr. Kromanoke here, so I'll just explain. He provided some assessments, and I will go through that as we, I believe I have it on here. Regardless, he felt his value was too high, like the rest. I believe he was talking about bringing it down to the level of 440,000. It's in your packets. We currently have it assessed at $256.32 per square foot, of which there are 2,340 square feet. Big house out west of town, out by the lake. First comparable is the 117 Dewdrop in Lane. It's a new build, but it just sold last September for $488.06 per square foot. We're all dealing with, one stories that now, and no curved balls anymore. It's got 1,040 square feet. In here, 43150 SD Highway 52. Built in 04, so it's an older build. Sold for $942,000 last August, and at 2,924 square feet, that makes it $322.16 per square foot. This is the first assessment comparable that he provided. It was the 320 Marina Del Ave. It's very near his house. When you break it down, just by structure value per 1,843 square foot, it is $326.48 a square foot. So it's valued $100 or $70 over what his is valued at. This is the second one that he provided. 125 Scenic Drive, again, very, very near his house. And again, at $291.64 per square foot, that is, nearly $40 more per square foot. This is one that we both came to. It's right next to his place, 245 Marina Del Drive. It was valued at $217.49 a square foot. It sold for $604,000. Nears makes no difference, which brings it up to $323.10 per square foot. So you see the disparity that exists between assessments and sale prices. Here's a breakdown. The ones in black are the ones that we both came to. And the distance from the owner. And obviously the ones that are up by the star there, those are all of his comps plus number 3. So his are very close, but they're still all, valued more per square foot than his is. That's it.
Okay. We'll move on to Hastings Filters, partial 05009 100 305. On team, Mr. Levens, you're here?
Yep, I'm here.
Can you
Yep.
hear us? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, you're on the clock.
All right, sounds good. All right, so yeah, property we have in front of us right now, Parker Hannafin, also known as the Hastings Filters, is the property owner. Assessed in 2026 at $9,793,000, about 280,000 square feet, another large manufacturing space, located at 1901 Hastings Drive, built approximately 1995. Completed 2 approaches to value to inform my opinion today. One is the sales comparison approach. Second is the income approach. Sales comparison approach is indicating 8.4 million, which is what I'm requesting today as the value for 2026. Moving on to the next page, we'll see something very similar. We'll see a sales comparable grid here where we're looking at large industrial sales, many of the same sales as we saw in the previous property I had spoken about, just due to the fact that these are, again, very large properties and there are not many in the local area, and there are even fewer that sell in any given time period. So the most comparable properties that I found were put on here. We have their key characteristics, their unadjusted sales price, and their adjusted sale price after we take into consideration some key differences and factors, ultimately reconciling at $30 a square foot. Moving on to the next page, again, very similar lease comparable grid here. Again, these are going to be some large industrial leases that be commensurate with the size of the building we're discussing. A 20,000 square foot lease isn't going to be applicable in this scenario. End of the day, concluded $4.25 a square foot again. Next page is going to be a chart of different cap rates, again, sourced from national, regional, and local surveys and analytics, concluding 10% as a cap rate for this property. Next page, reserve requirements. And then the very final page is going to be the income analysis, which takes into account that reconciled rental rate on a triple net basis, vacancy, some standard expenses, taken by the cap rate, indicates a value of 9.3 million, or about $33 a square foot. So we consider both of those approaches to value. All the leases actually came from Iowa, and they're not in the market, though they are very large. So I didn't put a whole lot of weight on the income approach for this particular property. Really, I'm sticking a lot of my weight on the sales comparison approach, where we do find similar sized properties that are selling in the region. The Lake Mills property in Iowa had the lowest number of gross adjustments and was at $30 a square foot. And while that's a little bit higher than the median for this group of sales, I opted to choose the indicated value of the lowest adjusted property, deeming it the most similar to the subject property. So with that being said, I did speak with the Equalization office briefly on this. They presented the equalization concerns on this property, said it is equally assessed, and honestly, I don't disagree with them on that front, but the 2026 South Dakota DOR appeal process guide to the property owner states that a property cannot be assessed higher than an actual market value, which I'm not contending, but then it critically says and cannot be assessed higher than its market value. So I am contesting the market values off, and the second part of that statement is cannot be assessed higher than other comparable properties. So that second part I don't have an issue with. the first part I do, I'm contending that the value of this property is not actually its market value. And that's based again on the sales and the income analysis that I did. So that is my analysis in full.
Okay, thank you. Charles?
I found Tim to be very difficult to make a case against. He does a very good job. The only places that we really differed, I didn't like his market rents because they were so far away. And then our cap rates were different, which I guess is the whole thing. But like you said, he didn't put a whole lot of stake in the income approach, and conversely, I did, because I've got comparable sales of light manufacturers, but I'm not even gonna waste time because they're so much smaller, and he already made the case that there are economies of scale. This one I had the last time these folks appealed, and I just left it on there because it sold in 2015 and we're still under that dollars per square foot amount for this property. For my income analysis, I used market rents from, again, Yankton, Sioux Falls, Hartford, and Sioux City. I came up with a median of 650, and to account for, such specific tendencies that you need in manufacturing and the Sioux Falls market, I took $1 off of that and used it used 550, my estimated local rate. I also played around with, if I combined all my market rents with Tim's market rents, and came up with about $5 square foot for rent, and that puts us at about 8.6 million total. So that was interesting, but I would go with my my income value here at $33.61 per square foot, which gives you, if I can get to it, improvement value of 9.4 million, and the land stays the same, total value of 9.515,400. Then that at the bottom there is just the requested values from Parker Hannafin over the past 3 years. In 2024, they reckon it was worth 7.8. Then in 2025, they said it was worth 7.3 million. And in 2026, now they're saying, okay, it's worth 8.4. And that's it for me.
Okay. Okay, next on the list, Rikens RV Park. Now, Matt, if you want to speak on all 4 of them at once, that would be perfectly fine.
I plan on helping you guys out after the last time. I cost a lot of time. So I'll make this real quick, especially like Larson's Landing's right behind me for the same reason, basically. So I'll just make it real quick here. So there's decks and stuff that are at my RV park that they're trying to charge us for, charge me for taxes on them. So, in my contracts, it says they have to apply for the building permit. They take care of all of that stuff. These are not attached. They do not have footings. Oh, I forgot this statute here. Let me look it up. One thing I looked up was like if this is even allowed. It says according to South Dakota Codified Law 10-4 or South Dakota Codified Law 10-6 that you can't tax me for my property that's not mine. And then it goes to show that it has to be attached, with a footing or something like that. So what happens is, say for instance, I got a camper, quite a few campers. So I have 350 total. I have campers that came there with decks and stuff last year, right? And then it gets assessed at the end of the season. After the season, they leave October 15th and they take those decks with them. Okay. So I get assessed for it. And some of them are, I don't remember the exact amount. Some of them are $50. Some of them are $350 or whatever it is, basically. So when they leave, I can't pass that on to them. They're gone. And then the next person comes in, they don't even have a deck, basically. So that's my standard base of argument, basically. Like I kept all the stuff in my assessment like, concrete and stuff that was attached, like I put gazebos up myself. I agree, those, I should pay for those. I understand, and that's probably half of my park. But all this other stuff, like according to the law and everything, and he'll probably know more about it, but according to the law, that can't be passed on to me.
Can't you just include those in your lease, put in a provision in your lease, if you build a deck or a covered deck, it'll be in addition to your
That's
$8,000 a year seasonal rent.
That's just a lot of paperwork for me.
Well, I get
For
that.
350 sites, and like the law is the law, I guess. So if I can't be charged for it, I don't believe I should be. That's just my point of standing, I guess, especially when I put in my contract in the county. I would hope, and Bill would probably know, that all of my people come there and get building permits because they are supposed to. They should be paying for all of those.
And people aren't supposed to kill people, but it happens every day.
I get it. But yeah, in my contract, if they don't do a building permit or whichever, and say I get assessed for it and find out, the fines, whatever else, they have to go to the county and pay those for not getting their own building permit.
So if you have people, and I'm pretty darn sure a lot of them haven't gotten building permits. They didn't get building permits. They built these structures. We are now giving you an assessment on these structures.
Mhm.
There should be probably some building permit fines out there, but it's up to us to track down your clients.
Yes, because they should have the building permit, and by state law, it's
But
not
it's on your property.
by state law, it's
put
not
on
my
your property.
It's on my property, correct, but by state law, it is not my property, so I cannot be taxed for it. If somebody, like, I don't know a good analogy for this.
I feel like you have a liability here because it is on your property and you allowed it on your property.
Mr. Chair.
With the condition of them having a building permit, correct?
I was looking for him.
Yeah.
I think
Where-
we have
where-
to have the state.
Yeah, we do
attorney
have
weigh
a,
in
we
on
should
that.
get a state
Well,
attorney.
we can, if you guys want to wait, like here again, I'm not gonna waste any more time. If you want to do Larson's Landing and then probably hit them both at once.
I do have one question, probably for both of you, that,
Mhm.
and I should probably know this, but I don't.
Okay.
So do you pay sales tax on every one of your lots that you lease out?
I do not. We talked about that a few months ago, correct? Nebraska does pay sales tax on theirs. I know those campgrounds do, but we do not pay sales tax.
So when the 0.5% in state income tax, county sales tax gets implemented, will you be paying that 0.5% sales tax on the 2,000 or whatever annual fee?
I haven't done my research on that yet. I don't know. I'd have to check.
Okay.
Do you pay state sales tax?
We don't pay any sales tax. The one, scratch that. That's not true.
What
Dailies, weeklies, anything less than 30 days, we do pay sales tax on.
wouldn't it be easy to add another paragraph to your lease that has a little box in it that says, if I build any kind of a structure, a deck, a covered awning or whatever, it's going to, and then you just pick an arbitrary number. It's going to cost you this much. Check this box and then collect it from them. Because you'll know if somebody's building out there, and we won't know if somebody's building out there.
But you will, like,
So-
they
Only,
assess,
only if they drive around.
which they do. They assessed every single piece of property, which I actually greatly appreciate. They assessed every single property out there, because we explained to them, it's not really fair to put a charge all the way across the board. It's more like what you're saying. Like, if you put a deck up, it should be X amount. The problem is the range is crazy. Like, it can be $50, or I want to say my biggest was $350. I don't know what Larson's Landing is. I think they got it worse than me. But it's just so hard to decipher that, basically, and those values. And then even to come back here and appeal it's probably not 350, it's probably half, 150 values,
But if you had that provision in your lease with a check mark and ask them when they move in, I'm going to put a covered deck, because I've seen a lot of them have those covered decks. A covered deck's gonna be $350, because you're out there. It's not like you never go out there and you go, aha,
Yeah,
you've got a covered deck. I want my 350, because it's easier for you to collect it
but it's
than it
not.
is for us to chase those people around, because we don't have all of their information.
So all they did was just drive around, get the values, and then write them down on a spreadsheet, basically. That would be potentially what I would do, but there again, I don't feel that's my job. And then on top of that, that money that I say extra, they're gonna go somewhere else. For instance, whether it is Nebraska or whoever who doesn't charge those deck taxes and stuff like that, we're gonna be more expensive than them. Like the market's already been set. They're gonna leave town, they're gonna go to Nebraska, and then we're not gonna get that sales tax if that does come through, or whichever else. Like, there's just kind of a few points, whether it is the, the codified law or the work being on me. Like, if the government wants to enforce that, then I'm sorry, they should be the ones to do the work. Like, that's a lot of work for me to go through and do that.
Do you charge extra for when they bring in a deck or build a deck there on one of your sites?
Some of them I do, but I was way off. Like, I did like $20 and $40. And then, like I said, some of the assessments were at like that, $200, $300. I don't know the average. I'd have to get that number, but it was somewhere like the range was radical.
But again, all these clients, they are not residents of our county. We don't have their addresses. We can't go to their campsite and
Can you
give them
apply it?
serve them a fine.
Do you think that you can apply it to like their building permit when they come in? Like maybe
But if they don't come in for a building
So
permit, we have nothing.
That's what I was about to say. Like maybe if anything that they propose, they have to give us the building permit before they do it. And I get it. This is kind of in.
But again, we're
backwards.
back to, we have to trust you to enforce the law.
Well, I have to trust you to enforce the law too, right? Like the law
We
is.
can enforce the law.
but-
We can go out and assess.
But the law,
That's how
no,
we
I'm
do it.
talking about the law
We
of
do it
not
ourselves.
passing that on to me. That's the law. That's what I'm talking about.
Not passing it on to you.
Yeah, the
That's exactly
codified
what
law
I'm
that
saying.
I-
It's like,
the-
we're not.
The
we're not
codified law
involving
that I
you.
stated,
You
like you
have
can't charge me for something
property
that's not
with
mine.
property on it, and we've assessed it.
Correct.
That's what's happened.
But it's assessed according to the decks. If they would have just came up to me and said, oh yeah, your property value went up, this conversation
Can you
wouldn't be happening.
can you prove that you don't own those decks?
The decks?
Can you prove that you don't own those decks?
Yes.
Well, aren't,
You have physical proof.
aren't some of those covered awning things,
Explain.
don't they have footings?
What's that?
Well,
Sorry.
it's very interesting that they don't have footings.
I mean, they just
How
sit
do
on
they
top of the
stay?
ground.
Yeah, how did they stay that long?
Yeah, footings are like a house, right? So you build concrete around, you have rebar or bolts sticking up, and then you bolt it down to the ground,
Or
basically.
you dig holes and put 6x6 green treated lumber in there.
Yeah, they're all sitting on the grass. They're not attached. They're sitting on whether landscape blocks or whichever else, they're not attached.
That's concerning.
Well, that's a whole separate deal. I'm just telling you the law. The law is that I can't be charged for property that's not mine and that's not attached to my property. So I'm just saying I'll pay for everything that is attached, which I gave him the breakdown of that. But, and there again, I think the conversation is with them also. I think it's better if Rob does hear everything. And
So I would have to agree with that. And let's give Michelle her 4 minutes of time to speak on this whole issue.
Okay.
And then hopefully Rob will get back here or Tyler will show up.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, clarification, we just did 7 through 10 together, correct? I just
Yes.
wanted to-
As a group.
Yes,
Yes.
right?
So we have multiple privately owned campgrounds within Yankton County. Our job is to be fair and equal. These campgrounds have accessory structures that were not assessed in recent years. They were assessed previously, but for whatever reason, they were taken off. And now for the 2026 assessment, they were added. We notified all the campground owners that we would be out and checking them and that it would be added for the 2026 assessment. So that was added for fair and equalness, simply because these accessory structures, decks, porches, patios, some utility sheds, they're assessed on your private property, on your residential property. We are fair and equal. We felt that they need to be assessed in these campgrounds as well. They are used by whomever. So Mr. Riken did appeal his property values, and he did do the ones where the tenants own. He is now appealing the values of the accessory structures that he owns. South Dakota Codified Law 10-4-2, subsection 5. For assessment purposes, a structure is anything constructed or erected from an assembly of materials which requires a permanent location on or in the ground. South Dakota Codified Law 10-5-1. We assess property values where it is situated, assessed to the taxing district by the Director of Equalization by the subdivision in which it is situated. 10-6-105, the assessment notice. We assess as of November 1st. So if his leases if they pull out by October 15th and take their deck, we try very, very, very hard to assess structures closest to the assessment date. Especially building permits, especially these items. So if they pull out, it will get removed. We're planning on checking them every single year. What we did is we based it off of how another county did to track these. So for example, parcel number ending in 350, there is 11 accessory structures on various different lots, in 11 different lots. We put them on a spreadsheet, labeled it which lot, the description, the assessed value. And for these purposes, for right now, we only have the 2025 factor, threw in the mill levy for 2026 and the estimated 2027 taxes. So if we were using the mill levy for this year and last year's equalization factor, that is the amount, $258.83 would be added in taxes to his 2027 taxes payable.
Total.
For these decks.
For each one or total?
Total. So
$258.83.
Yep. And if we had, I believe I counted 15 campgrounds. We have 9 appealing. We had 1 campground owner come in and ask for this breakdown. And within a week, he sent bills out to his property owners.
And did he bring in the money?
It will be paid on his tax bills because we are not collecting that. This is for the 2026 assessment payable 27. So that's what we did. Equalization is for fair and equal. They are assessed on residential properties. So we felt they should be assessed on campgrounds as well. Questions?
Yeah. Michelle, like what do other counties do? I know like Charles Mix and Platte County, that some relatives I know are up there and I think they're assessed for their decks. And so, so it seems like that's common throughout the state that has been done. Okay. And I think the Charles Mix have done that for a long time, from what I understand.
Yes, they had a couple appeals at this level as well. And actually they're the ones that I based it off of. She gave me a nice idea. She does a PowerPoint for her property owners, which we did do a PowerPoint with images for Mr. Larson. But just so he could see them, we do have structure images of them all. We
Google Earth them?
Pardon me?
Do you Google Earth them?
No, we physically view them and take an exterior picture just like a house.
And Michelle, another question. So the camper itself cannot be assessed, correct? Because we're really the only thing we can assess is like the decks and the permanently built structures.
Right, so we can assess the land, we can assess the hookup for the camper and any accessory structures. So the campers are supposed to register like a vehicle, and if they're annual leases, do they re-up, do they not? I don't know, that's not my department. Does the sheriff go out and check them? Couldn't tell you.
That's from what I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, is the reason that a camper isn't assessed is because it's treated like, say, a trailer where you have to get a license plate and then that would
Yes.
be wheel tax and all of that. And, okay,
Yep.
that's.
They are being assessed for their property.
Got it.
It is on their property, so they are being assessed for it.
Come to the mic, Matt.
Can I ask one question? What was the difference in last year's tax? I was confused on like the 200 and whatever dollars. What was the difference in taxes, paid last year compared to this year, or the value last year compared to this year?
So what you are discussing, what you're talking about is the $258 that I quoted. That's
So
what's
that's-
payable in 2027 off of your increased value for 2026.
So
Estimate
that
taxes.
is for one of 5 parks,
Correct.
correct? So what is there's other parks where they only went up like this much. It wasn't that big of a deal, but I have 350 sites. Like the number, Wanda, just so you know, like I'm not complaining about $200 here. Like the numbers that on the spreadsheet, unless I'm mistaken, and I'll admit it if I'm mistaken, the numbers when I went through my spreadsheet was like thousands of dollars more that I had to pay per year out of all of my campsites. So if it's a couple $100, like I'll leave right now. I don't care. Like, but the spreadsheet that I was given, I thought it was calculated at thousands. I could be
Right.
mistaken.
So if we were discussing, I just had this parcel number 350, estimated taxes, of course, using last year's factor, this year's levy, which will both change, is $258.83. Parcel number ending in 200, which is Yankton RV Park on Alfonso, is estimated taxes is $2,780.41. Buck's Campground at 3912 Buck is $1,388.16. Of course, these are estimated. These factors and mill levies will change. Premier RV Campground at 324 Doe Avenue is $1,520.30. Am I missing one? I'm missing one.
There's just 4 of them on this.
That's numbers.
He is 4. Sorry.
Is that the total or is that that's what the increase is?
That is the increase for the accessory structures, the estimated taxes for just the accessory structures.
And
that total is including the ones he is owning, because we didn't differentiate that.
yeah, so really quickly too, it's like, so some of these other parks that may not have seen such a jump, they did have building permits out and they may have been assessing already, but I was just really quickly looking at all the other parks in the neighborhood, they all had similar jumps.
Yes, Three Sons LLC estimated taxes is $4,115. They all we treated them all the same.
Yeah, they have all, I can't find one that did not have a jump.
Questions?
I guess for the state's attorney, I know, you had to step out. Could you, and I'm sure you've spoke with him about those laws and what is your opinion on that? I think we got a difference of opinion on what is considered, I guess, permanent and what is not. And from what I understand, if it's anchored to the ground, yes. I think in this situation, some are set on the ground. What's your
Again, I think
interpretation?
some of those would be the same. I think it's still what needs to be looked at and considered. So it's probably all individual.
Yeah.
But I know there's a case out of Pennington that they were cabins that they were just sitting there. And then the equalization in the Supreme Court ends up ruling that they are to be assessed on the property.
Okay.
So I would believe any deck that's permanently affixed, any structure that doesn't move and permanently affects, any of that stuff would qualify.
Well, if you look at STCL 10-4-2, it would appear that sub 5, it would appear that if they're on the property, they can be assessed.
Correct. And I think, doesn't it state on there like permanent structure or on the ground? So just even on the ground, that's just there, that's not moved and it's just part of it. like a deck, right? We might not attach the deck to the ground, but it's a permanent structure. We're not moving.
Okay, I think what Mr. Evans mentioned though was that some of these, and maybe the way that is, it doesn't affect it. Some of the people take those with them. And I know that complicates it, but you know, my interpretation of this is if it's there, when it comes time to assess it, it's assessed. If it's not there, well, that's a different thing. But is that your interpretation as well?
That'd be my interpretation.
Okay, thank you.
Correctly,
for
because the
clearing
assessment
that
could
up. I
be changing
appreciate
every year.
it. Okay.
Really quick question for the assessor. So, and
Hi, Tyler.
I'm recalling too, like from years back when we had the accessory building issue, that there's a certain size limit it has to be over, right?
Yes.
Certain square footage, right?
Yep.
And that was,
100 square feet,
100 square
usable
foot.
space.
okay.
You
So,
sit on your
I
deck or
think-
is it a walkway?
Yeah, so if it's smaller than that, then you didn't assess it.
Correct.
Yeah.
No different than a house.
So then if something is, what is the date? Is it November 1st? If it's there, it gets assessed, or the 15th? I don't remember what if.
November 1st is our legal assessment
Okay,
date.
so if a deck is there, November 1st, it gets assessed. If it gets removed October 20th, then it's not assessed. Is that how that
Correct.
works? Okay.
And we'll, I
Yeah.
mean,
And that's
can't be on
tough. Yeah.
you can't be on every 15,000 parcels in one day. So we try to follow up on those as close to November 1st as possible. We might be there on October 20th, but that's as close as it can be. And I feel that, you know, if there's one that was removed, they would communicate with us
Yeah.
as well.
Thank you for that.
Okay, Larson's Landing.
My name's Tom Reynolds. I'm an attorney that represents Larson Landing. I would first start off by saying I agree with what Matt said. We also have the same issues, although there is some uniqueness in ours. Larson's Landing, everybody probably knows, but is one of the only campgrounds, at least the biggest, on the Missouri River. Back after the flood, Larson's Landing signed an agreement with the Yankton County Board of Adjustment that no structures may be built unless they are removable within 12 hours. And so the leases that we have entered into with these tenants require them to remove the property when they leave. And so our contention is that this is not permanent structures and that they cannot be taxed under the law. I would also say, I'm not going to go over everything that I had planned. I think a lot of it has been covered. I'd also ask, mobile homes, when they're assessed for a deck or something, they're assessed to the owner of the mobile home. My client has mobile homes on his property as well. And those assessments are made directly to the mobile homeowner. I don't see why, if these assessments, the county does decide to assess these, I'll call them non-permanent structures in my case, then they should be assessed to those owners that actually own the property. Because again, my client doesn't own them. When he sells it, he's not going to get the value of that when he sells it. In addition, you're putting a lot of work and costing my clients a lot of money. And those clients bring a lot of tax dollars into this community. We also at our campground have tenants that live in Yankton County. My clients increase in the assessment just for the structures was $604,000. And if I may, I'll refer to the parcels, the 5 parcels by their last 3 digits. 200 went up 76%, 345 went up 145%, 353 went up 205%, 355 went up 163%, and 360 went up 32%. And I do have that agreement if anyone wants to see that. I don't know if anybody was on the board at that time, but.
What year was that?
Probably 2012, 2011.
15. Yeah, 15. So I was not involved in that. I just know about it. We can confirm because we check the building permits of our tenants. And so my client can confirm that since he's owned it, anybody that's built a structure has had a building permit on it. I'd also say that the government has the authority to enforce these taxes. They have the law behind it. We do not. And so, you know, we may try to assess these taxes, but are we going to be able to collect these taxes? I'm not sure. I do need to address, we did make an appeal on 200 and 345 because there were some math errors. We were told to do that by the director. On 200, lots B4, B5, and V30, there was a math error. They should be lower. I've detailed that in my appeal form of what those values should be. And same with 345, that would be lot H4. And I would agree with what Matt said that because these structures are not permanent, by law, you cannot assess them. We also have the same issues as Matt about the moving, and I don't know, it seems like we could come up with a better plan in this county to still get these dollars, but maybe get them in a different way. Like require everybody that has a permanent camper to pay a fee every year, you know, $50 fee if you're going to do permanent camp in Yankton. So, any questions?
Who would enforce that, collecting those fees again? Is that something that your client would do, or is that something that we have to go out and collect fees?
The county, I mean, they already said that they go out there every year. They drive by there. Yeah, a lot less time.
Wouldn't you have to?
The problem is that we go out there on, that's what our assessment time. Tax time is a whole nother, it's a whole different cycle. Yeah, I'm just trying to look at the logistics of it here, you know? So.
Yeah, I don't think it should be taxed at all. I'm just saying if we need these dollars, which by reading the paper, it sounds like we do. I think there's a better way to do it than putting it on, you know, business owners who are bringing needed tax dollars, sales tax dollars into this community.
Camping permit, whatever that is, there's no more measuring, because I guarantee you, they spent a lot of time on these spreadsheets, a lot of time measuring, that's what I think.
And you'd
Right,
also get more money, because there's more people that don't have these types of structures.
But wouldn't it make more sense as you as a campsite owner, when they bring their camper in, they're saying, or they come to you with a contract, they want to lease a spot for a year, charge $75 extra. You pay it, you collect that from them. If they want to camp there, you collect that from them and you turn that $75 into the county.
That I don't want to speak for my client, but that would be a lot simpler, a lot less paperwork.
Well, absolutely, because you know who they are. They're going to write you out a check for $2,000 or whatever it is for the space. If that's the direction that we would choose to go to, definitely. I am not.
Hey, Nebraska. I feel what's gonna happen is these charges, they're not gonna blame these charges on you. They'll blame them on us, and then they're gonna go to Nebraska or somewhere else, even if it's the same price. It's gonna be like.
They're not the same. They're not as nice as we are, Matt.
No, I'm pretty confident they'll blame us.
EY Electric put a demand charge a few years back on all these campgrounds and doubled our electric bill here. And I'm the one caught crap for it. And I'm the one who said you're doubling our electric. And I'm the one who said you're reading our meters wrong. And I had to read all these meters instead of, you know, them doing spreadsheets. I was doing spreadsheets and doing the meters and everything. And they blamed me 100%, and it was all EY.
For that, you gotta charge for that.
Well, I can't.
Well, you
I
have-
can't.
DY needs the money to expand their electricity service down to the lake, your areas.
But I
They
can't,
have to pay, I don't have to pay for that.
I can't upcharge. Public Utility Commission will not let me do any fees or anything. I have to do all that work free of charge.
I didn't know that.
I would agree with that.
But you have all this extra time.
Okay. I would ask.
Yeah.
Better. Send those reasons and send a letter to me next week.
Well, I just said, I think there is some, maybe I misspoke. There is at least one, and that's the one I proposed, I guess. If I think of any, I'll send them to you, Don.
And then,
I do have one more thing is the $650,000 you mentioned, is that upcharge from last year's taxes? Is that correct?
603,400,
6,000,
just on the structures.
603,000.
That's the extra assessment or extra taxes?
Extra assessment.
Extra assessment.
I'm sorry if I misspoke.
Yeah, all right. I
These
just want to make
things-
sure those two are different.
Yes.
Yeah, they are very different, but
Yes.
you know, when you're talking about them, sometimes you say the wrong thing.
Okay.
I agree. I would agree.
it sounds, and correct me if I'm wrong, as you guys are fine if like a fee would get charged directly to the camp. I think campgrounds, is that correct? Yeah. Yeah.
Talk about it, fair fee.
Yeah.
fine with that. Like it's tax, we talk
Yeah.
about- If there's already. It's fair, the same thing. I just want
Yeah.
everything to be fair all the way across.
And I think what that's gonna require is probably a state law change, because I'm not aware of any county that has the ability to do that. And so I guess our process to do that is we could do a resolution and send it up through the Commissioners Association to do that. Because I mean, it sounds like it would benefit everybody. You guys aren't against it. You guys aren't against it. Is that correct?
There's been legislation brought to the floor
Yeah.
here also about doing something like this, but it never passes.
Yeah.
I mean,
So. Our problem is we're getting tax on property we don't own. That person's either gonna take it with them, they're gonna turn around and sell their personal property, which is that structure, to the next state.
Mhm.
We never get any income.
And then we have the burden of the administration of getting that out of them somehow. Also with the other plan, saying it's not possible, but at least then we get some notice. You know, we had our leases signed when we found out about this for this year. So,
Well.
But you'll be
another really
prepared for
quick question.
2027.
yes, we
Well,
will.
there's another really quick question. Do you charge extra when they build those structures? So you just have a single price regardless of what they build and have? Okay.
Is there a difference between mobile homes and campers, price wise?
Mhm. Okay. Thank you.
you want to come up to the mic, please?
Yeah.
One that comes to my mind is we had a couple that was in there. They stayed all last summer. They had an awning with their camper. Our leases are till December, end of December, start January 1. They decided they were not going to renew with us. They moved their camper out. When they moved out, they tore out the whole awning, ripped it apart. So it had to be taken down. Okay. We have new people that are in there this year. So now I'm supposed to charge those new people that don't have an awning, have never had an awning, but I'm supposed to charge them the tax that the other people should have paid, but are now gone. That's not fair. That's not fair to that renter. That's not fair to me to have to pay that tax for that awning that's no longer there. Yeah, so.
Yeah.
And
So
people-
Welcome to our life,
So-
right?
and people come and go.
So the really quick question. So we have two campground owners in here, but the other campground owners are all facing the same thing. And as we've heard, one already, yeah, they did exactly that. They passed those costs, those assessments on to their people.
Well, I don't know the
Like having-
circumstance of that. The problem with our circumstances, our leases were already signed. And so we would be less concerned with this, we still don't want to do the administration expenses. We still think that the county should enforce it.
Closer to the mic.
The county should enforce it, but if we had some notice, that would have made this a lot easier
Well,
for us.
Speaking as a business owner, the idea of you collecting taxes for us is nothing new because that's what every business does for sales tax. We collect the taxes and then we have to pay the taxes. So that's exactly what happens. The business,
It's a different type of tax.
yeah, the sales tax, yeah, it's a different type of tax, but it's still a tax. And so the idea of you having to collect the taxes from your clients and then remit them to the state is nothing new.
All right, so then I'll turn it back on you. So I don't know what business you have, but let's say you didn't know that you had to collect taxes on the people for the last year, but now the government's telling you, well, we got to have taxes
Well,
from all that stuff you did.
this is going forward. So this takes into effect for 2027 taxes. So you do have time. This is an assessment forward.
The same thing that happens when you sell a house and the real estate taxes are 1 year behind.
Yeah.
You prorate it.
Same thing.
It's exactly like Tammy said, like just as far as sales tax even, imagine if you sold a bunch of product, you know, at sales tax, say it's at the theater, whatever else, I'm selling all this stuff and I didn't have to pay any tax on it. And all of a sudden November comes and they're like, oh, we're going to tax you on exactly how much you just sold for the last year. Those customers are already gone. Okay. Like the tax that I'm getting charged right now is for last year's decks. So if they all moved them off and then I can't charge them to the people who move, and my turnover is like 30% probably out of 350, like I can't charge the next person for that tax. These people are yearly contracts, not 5-year, not 10-year, not lifetime. It changes every single year. So I can't charge that next person that tax.
You're talking about a loss. You're talking about a loss situation. A lot of businesses deal with that.
Not legally.
No,
legally,
yes, they do legally.
Legally, this year,
Legally,
the
they
law,
do.
and
This
I
is
don't
a
know-
One at a
regular
time.
thing.
What's
This
that?
is a regular thing.
Let's
that
just talk
you-
one at a time.
You
okay?
know what's happening. There is always a loss. There's a budget. You're a businessman. You can figure that out. It's not, this is a very set schedule.
It's not though.
And
Like I can't charge the people who already left.
Your mic's not on.
You want it?
You're welcome.
What taxes do all the clients that you have down there pay now?
None.
Taxes,
So
none. So if you guys want to enforce that, go ahead, but not on us.
the rest of the county, the less than 23,000 people pay for police protection,
Mhm.
fire protection.
Yeah. Go ahead, charge them. Charge them sales
No,
tax, charge them
No,
that
no,
stuff.
no, we don't charge them, we charge the owner.
Why would you charge the owner for property that's not his? Like I heard what Rob said, and I don't know if you have the SDCL, but it has to be attached. Like,
No, it doesn't.
so that's the part of it.
there.
That's the part of
Well,
it.
That's the
Here,
part
hold
of it that
I'll-
we go by.
Oh, but it's
Just
the
because
whole
you
law.
read something
It's-
differently.
No, it's the whole law. I'll show it to you.
Oh,
Hold
we
on.
got two gentlemen over here that should be able to tell us what the whole law is.
Exactly. So it's not stating everything on here, like at all.
What are we
So,
missing by
Here,
not-
hold on.
I did mention that case and then Tyler just pulled it up too. It says South Dakota law defines real property for tax purposes, and then it's what we discussed, improvements to land, belongings consisting of them permanently affixed to or becoming part of the real estate. And then it says anything constructed or erected from an assembly of materials which requires a permanent location on or in the ground. And then it references that treatment of recreational park trailers and attached decks. And then they cite the same case I just cited, that Rushmore case, where they took the little cabins and they're just sitting there. So the law provides that the deck, the skirts on there and their other roofing would also, where you put the top on, would all be included, anything that's attached or requiring a permanent location on the ground. So that case has been decided. And guys, and the rest of the state, I know we talked about it with Michelle, but the other counties that have the same situation as we do are doing the same thing. They're still attaching. This was a Supreme Court case that I think made everybody have that opportunity to define what is real property for purposes of taxation or what is property for taxation. So I don't know
Okay.
if that's an argument, but then the argument is, well, what do we do with people in the past? Well, we can plan for the future. And if you're going to add a deck, I can determine approximately where that taxation is going to be. So I can put that in a lease agreement and say, you're adding a deck, it's $5,000. It's approximately this, you're going to pay this in addition, and we might have to change it.
Okay.
I think those things can be adjusted. And
So,
Ms. Howie Fox made the comment, we sell a house, we back it up. Well, we live in the house for part of 2026. Taxes aren't due yet, so we prorate them based on the prior year's taxes. So there are options, but I think the law is pretty settled.
so then I have 350 separate assessments. So if I disagree with those assessments, which a lot of these assessments do, am I supposed to come back here and appeal 300? You guys want me to do that? Appeal 350 decks? Okay, let's get started. I got the entire spreadsheet.
Well,
Like,
I think it's just.
You
one
don't have
assessor.
350 decks, do you?
Yeah.
Yes.
By a parcel.
350 sites total.
But
And
how many
I,
decks?
How many parcels?
no partials, but they took.
Huh? Oh.
Yeah, because I think one of them just had concrete pads and gazebos, which I didn't do. But decks probably, I don't know, maybe half. And I have that whole spreadsheet. And like, there's some of these decks that are supposedly worth $30,000 to $40,000. Like, I don't agree with that. You know, like, so there again, is that my job to do that? To appeal somebody else's building stuff? Okay, like, you guys seriously want to go through 350 of, or 150, let's say 150. That's a lot. So is that what that's what I have to do, is go through the whole spreadsheet that they gave me?
It's my 2 cents. Our campers came and got a building permit from you. I did not get the building permit. They did, not me. They paid for all the materials. They installed it. It's theirs. It is not my property. If you want to tax them, you tax them. You have their information on the building permit. You send them an invoice.
And we'll
Don't make,
provide you with any information you need.
yeah, don't make me do it. It's not mine. You got the money for the building permit. You guys do it. Why do I have to do it?
How did we know that they're the same people there
I'll give you everything.
this year as next year? Let's say I move my camper, but I leave the covered deck and Mr. Clemish puts his camper in there. You're going to tax me? This is your suggestion? You should tax me even though I'm gone?
That's what you're telling me to do.
Yeah, but you have them.
You know that they left. You know that your clients have changed over.
To you. You're the one that wants to collect the tax money. You guys are the one that want the money. You guys collect it. Don't make me do it. Don't make me be the bad guy in my own business and make all my tenants pissed off at me because you guys want their money. That's not right. That's not fair.
Okay, we're getting to the end of the day.
I
We didn't-
I have one last comment.
Let me finish.
Okay.
We didn't come here to have a pissing match or anything like that over $8,000 worth of tax. You guys have appealed. We're gonna decide what happens here. And it, you know, if you're not happy, you can take it up to the next level, I guess. But we'll make our decision here. We've heard I understand exactly what you're saying, and there should be changes made. I agree 100%. That's where we're at. You got one more comment?
One quick comment. I was just going to say, I'll end where I started. I said, my client has a unique property. I believe those structures are not permanent, and this county has agreed in a legal document that they're not permanent. So thank you.
Say again.
This county's agreed in a legal document, in that agreement I addressed earlier, that they're not permanent. So,
Just really quick,
yes.
that legal document was the county asking them not to be permanent. It's
Say
not
that-
that the county said that they were not
Well,
permanent.
it was an
It said
agreement that they
they-
would be removable, correct?
Yes, so but we've not done any enforcement or checking on that. So it could have, anyone could have built anything that is not that movable, you know, just clarifying. You're saying that the county said these are removable. That's not what that says. That says that the county asked you to have removable structures.
And we agreed that they would be
Okay.
removable. So yes.
Okay, so I believe that's the end of our appellants. Any final comments, Michelle?
I wasn't gonna say anything, but since you asked, the point was brought up about mobile homes. Yes, they are assessed to the mobile home owner. Those are tracked by titles, like a car. So, and transferred through the state. That's all I have to say, basically.
Okay.
It's, and as, in your packets, there is all of 10-4. You can see all those laws. So yes, I did not copy all of them, but they are in your packets if there's one part that is not there. And if you look at the end, the source of this one changed in 2025. I would have to look up what 10-4-2 changed off of. I couldn't tell you. If something is different than 2015 when that agreement was made versus 20 now. And so. Any questions? They're not real property that we have to assess per codified law.
Okay, any comments or discussion by the commission? Start at the top.
We starting at the top.
Noah Kramenhock.
I move to approve the assessor's valuation.
Second.
Got a motion by Wanda, second by Ryan, to approve the assessment on parcel 09-017-500-101. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Hastings Filters. Any discussion or comments by the commission? Motion by the commission.
I move we go with the assessor's recommendation.
Got a motion by Ryan,
Second.
second by Dan. Oh, okay. Was you napping over there?
No, I just slow to get up. I was recommending that we go with my income approach, which is $1 less than
What-
cost approach.
What is, okay, spell them out for it. What is your income approach value versus your cost approach? Like, so we know.
Sorry, I mentioned it earlier. Improvement value 9.416. $9,416,100. Land stays the same. Total value $9,515,400. It comes down a little bit.
State that number again, 9 million.
The total is $9,515,400. Land is the same.
Land still valued 99,300.
Yes,
So it'd be a total,
9.4161 million.
That was 9,515,400.
Yes.
Yep.
Total. I'll move for that, the structure being 9,416,100 and for the total of 9,515,400.
Got a motion by
Second.
Ryan, second by Wanda.
okay, so what was that number again? Sorry.
The structure was 9,416,100 with the
Okay.
total of
Okay,
9,515,400
must
for
have
the
had
land.
the wrong number. Thank you.
Motion by Ryan, second by Wanda. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries.
So what is the new handout?
That's for exemptions.
Oh,
We're not done. We're not there yet.
I just wanted to know what it is.
So
Michelle, are you gonna want a motion on each one of these, parcels? Okay. Rankins RV Park, parcel number 09-014-400-350.
I move approval will accept, assessors, values.
second,
Got a motion by Don, second by Ryan to approve the assessor's valuations. Any further discussion?
For discussion, I guess like moving forward, to give these guys clarity, however this is handled, these are gonna be assessed like this in the future. And that maybe that was something you guys weren't prepared for. But it sounds like that's at least it could be the direction of the commission. And is that the way we want to go? Is there other options? I mean, is there it sounds like that's what other probably all other counties are doing. Is that correct from you guys and from the state's attorney's office?
and that's what we've already done to all the other parks in the county.
Yeah.
And unless something changes in state legislature, that's the way it will be, I think.
I think one thing that we could do is have our planning and zoning board take a look at some of the ordinances. And maybe there's some adjustments that need to be made in ordinances for parks and trailer parks and things like that. So,
Or, I mean, it sounds like the people that are in your parks, they just come in and get a building permit without you necessarily even knowing. Okay, with your permission. Okay. No, okay, I appreciate that. Okay, that was my question, and I guess my thought process, and it probably doesn't make sense, more is like, well, do we even want to continue, if it's creating a problem, do we want to continue to issue building permits for that? But it sounds like that's okay.
We do, because we do want to know that these structures are being built, and that kind of triggers the whole situation, and it helps keeping our assessors more accurate.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
And and that's the thing, is like our building permits, they're not tracking people, they're tracking improvements on property.
Yeah.
And so
So,
they kind of track to property, not really people.
and
So
again, with us and county commissioners, the law is written out for us and we have to follow it. And it seems like from our state's attorney and this office that's what they've determined with 10-4-2 number 5, that these are structures, and we really can't go against that. Whether we agree with it or not, it's kind of where I feel, so.
Well,
motion is.
I'll expand a little bit on that, Dan. I'd
Yeah.
say, the only people in the state that I can think of that don't pay some form of tax for roads and police are probably the very poor people that don't own any property. And,
Or their visitors.
Yeah.
yes. And, we provide some services for these people, and they take up a large area of land in the county, which is good. I appreciate it. And I'm sure it helps in guests coming in and so forth, but we still got to figure out how to pay the bill, and everybody that can should be able to commit to pay something for what they have.
I would agree, and heard your guys's, and I agree with what you're saying, but I mean, the law is the law. For our hands are pretty much tied on this, is the way I look at it, so.
Go ahead.
Okay, if you don't.
Go ahead.
All the campground property owners were notified the summer of 2025 prior to us going out and assessing them. So there was ample time for them to look at it. This is for taxes collected 2027. We are not assessors chasing tax dollars at all. We don't do anything with the tax dollars. We help estimate, do estimations. We are doing assessments and being fair and equal for property owners. We are not trying to increase Yankton County's taxes. The only way you can increase taxes is by increasing your budget, which is capped by codified law as well. So the county is not, yes, we do need economic growth, but we are not as assessors out there trying to tax people. We are being fair and equal, assessing for the property that you own, and that is on your property.
We're just. We're
If she
done.
can talk for a minute,
No.
like I gave up my entire thing here, John, come on.
Okay.
Dan,
you
like
get 2
I
minutes.
would have to say, your hands are not tied. You haven't been charging this tax for a long time. So your hands are not tied. And as far as not going after us for money, there again, we haven't been paying this for a long time because it's not our property. Okay, you guys, so don't play innocent and say that your hands are tied and you can't do it. Like you're charging us for other people's property and you are coming after tax money. Like that's fine if you are. I just want the truth to be known. That's exactly what's happening. The hands are not tied. That's exactly what's happening. I just want that. I just want that to be known.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor of agreeing with the assessor's values on 09014400350. All in favor, aye.
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 Opposed, nay?
Nay.
Motion carries. Any further discussion on 09016225200?
I move to go with the assessor's recommendation.
Got a motion by Ryan,
Second.
second by Wanda, to approve the assessor's valuation on parcel 09016225200. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Need a motion on parcel 09016250110.
Assessor's recommendation.
I'd move to accept the assessor's valuation on 09.016.250.110.
Got a motion by Wanda. Need a second?
Done.
Second by Don. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Need a motion for parcel 09016250160.
I move to accept the assessor's recommendation for parcel 09.016.250.160.
Second.
Motion by Ryan, second by Don. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. I need a motion on 09027200200.
Move approval of assessors values.
I have a motion by Don,
Second.
second by Wanda. Any-
That is accepting the changes that we had. There was an original assessment and you're motioning for a, okay, just want to clarify. Thank you.
Okay. Motion second, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Nay.
Motion carries. Need a motion on 09027200345.
So moved.
Motion by
Second.
Wanda, second by Don. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Need a motion on 0927027200353.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Wanda, second by Ryan. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye.
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 Need a motion on parcel 09027 2. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Parcel 09027 200
Move approval of the appraisers,
Assessors.
assessment.
A
Second.
motion by Don, second by Ryan to approve 09027 200 Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries.
Move approval of 0.09.2027.200.360.
A
Second.
motion by Wanda, second by Ryan to approve parcel 09027 200 Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries.
I move approval of the recommendation for Carson Dagley, parcel 11.037.300.155.
Second.
Motion by Wanda, second by Ryan. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
I move approval of the assessor's valuation for 05.013.400.410.
Second.
Motion by Wanda, second by Ryan to approve 05.013.400.410. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion carries.
So am I reading this handout correctly, that for the year 2025, the county is accepting reduced valuations of $11,417,300 or $636?
For 2026, yes.
Well, that's for elderly tax frees, veteran exemptions, paraplegics, of course.
And-
correct?
Nope, that is
Okay.
for disabled and
Yeah.
elderly tax free only.
And veterans.
Nope.
No, veterans aren't
It's
included.
only for.
So,
elderly and disabled.
just so I'm clear, these exemptions, this $11 million is then passed on to the remainder of the Yankton County citizens who aren't elderly and aren't disabled, correct?
Correct, it's a shift in taxes.
Michelle, was there some law changes that
Yes.
took place too, and which actually expanded eligibility, is that correct?
Yes, they increased the total value of property substantially for this year, as they always increase income. But this year it was over $500,000 value for a home would qualify
And-
if they qualified for income.
Did they raise the income level?
A little bit
Okay.
more than they typically do.
Do you have the numbers of what we did last year versus this year? Do you happen to have those?
There's a chart on the
See a
back of
chart,
it,
Yeah.
So this is, yeah, so they did go up, okay.
the
So-
total amount exempt,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. Yep, thank you for that chart.
So
Yes,
do-
we
so
don't
do
have
you
a choice.
need A motion on this?
Yep.
Move approval of the
Let it up a little.
assessment
So
fees
this
for
is-
elderly and disabled.
Second.
I mean, we don't have a choice and we have to do it, so.
Is this item number 17 on the agenda?
Yes.
It can go up a little
The
bit. They
veterans
double-
exception
Well-
is in there.
And they,
Yeah.
No.
like
The
Michelle,
tax freezes for-
like Michelle said, they raised the income level. And so
And the
people
qualified
can
valuation.
more people can qualify for it. Is that accurate to say
That's
that?
correct.
Okay.
This year, there was more total applicants, more were denied for income, but we also had 39 new applicants. Some fall off, some go on, but we did have about 25 more applicants this year than we did last year. Total.
And as I understand, the valuation of a house can go up, has gone up, and
That's why they increased the value.
Dan, will you repeat your motion?
I just motion to approve the, what is it, the assessment fees for elderly and disabled.
I second it.
Second.
And Ryan second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Motion
Motion carried.
to approve the disabled veteran property tax exemption.
Second.
Motion by Dan, second by Ryan.
Just, have you seen an increase in this as well?
Yes.
Yep.
The one thing that I do want to state with the disabled veteran one, the total exemption is $200,000 off your property value that is exempt. And after reading the actual law, it does not exempt value for ag status. It has to be the owner occupied portion. So
Okay.
you cannot get it on your ag land. So that's an ag buildings if they're
Yeah. Has that increased? Did they increase that this year as well?
not this year.
Okay.
It's been at 200,000 for
Mhm.
3 years now. There was
Okay.
numerous bills to,
Yeah.
3 bills to increase it this year.
Thank you.
All in favor, aye.
I,
Opposed, nay. Motion
Motion
carries.
to approve the paraplegic veteran property tax exemption.
Motion by Dan,
Second.
second by Ryan. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye.
I,
Opposed, nay. Motion carries.
So in addition to these, we have the entities that we don't tax. Churches.
churches.
That's
and-
the colorful sheet in your packet, the last one, yes.
Churches, municipalities.
How much,
So-
how much do those two add up to be?
Well, this was 11 million, 17 million, I guess. And well, the churches is what, 40, 50 billion? The churches.
I don't think we've ever
We don't
assessed.
have
all
a
that.
value on the exempt properties. I feel that it's
Somebody
somewhat,
sends a list around, I see a list.
well, we have a list, but I don't have a value on every church and
Is there a def-
cemetery because they don't, I feel it's wasting
Well-
taxpayer dollars for us to go out and
Yeah,
assess.
but doesn't the, for example, the Catholic Church own a lot of agricultural land?
They're not exempt. I mean, they, if there's a cemetery on it, they're exempt.
Yeah.
But
they
if
own
Other,
it.
other,
If they rent out agricultural land, they still
so
get
you can-
taxed.
put one dead person in the ground,
Well,
in your pasture and
And it has to be
You're looking for
deeded a cemetery.
No, I just had a client do that.
With you, because I concur with what I want to point out to the public is, you know, whatever that combination of those 2 or 3 items is.
that's a lot.
That's a lot of money, and that's where,
And well, then that's why regular people's taxes have been going up and up and up because it's not spread about all these citizens.
that's why these people don't want to pay.
What's not even included on this, all the state and federal property that's owned as well. I mean, that's a huge amount of, I would hate to see what percentage of property in the county is not even taxable. It's a lot, the number, whatever it is a lot higher than we think.
Well, we did a big shift this year with commercial because that has been a problem. Commercial hasn't been moving. And I think we're gonna see a shift for the homeowners this year. Because all that shifting of commercial properties, getting their assessments done a little bit closer to what they should be. That's gonna be a big shift of value.
And for example, when a property, like for example, a commercial property value hasn't changed in 5 years, if you look at their taxes, they actually go down versus the residential who have been keeping up with the market. They've been keeping up with the market.
For example, these RV parks that we just denied their appeals. Their taxes on some of them, they've gone down for the last 5 years, every one of them. And some of them, they are paying thousands of dollars less in taxes this year than they were 5 years ago.
Well, they're not complaining about that, are they?
They never did complain about that.
But how's all this discussion different than ag land?
Ag land is in the same
understand
case.
that.
I know, because they have a
understand the bottom
different.
line paying for it,
Yeah.
it's different.
Motion
Now the time for
to
public comment.
approve exemptions.
Exemptions, okay, sorry.
I would,
Got a
Second.
motion by Dan, second by Ryan to approve the exemptions. Further discussion. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Now is the time for public comment. See nobody, public comment is closed. I would now accept a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
Motion by Ryan, second by Wanda to adjourn. All in favor, aye.
I.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries.
Thank
all for
you.